disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nimba County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to deceive us. The thing we saw, it frustrate us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you. That's why we vote tell you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Bwaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Bwaka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bwaka, if all of them were thinking the President Bwaka and behaving the President Bwaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them.
Of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberia National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform them in the violence or any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Bwaka's administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and will shut down the Bwaka's administration. They can't happen. We have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Bwaka's administration begin with this. If they think they will temper on any student in this country or at the university like going and water away impunity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say it out loud?
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bwaka can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustler, they put a hustler, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Bwaka presents him as a poor man from Lofa and asserts that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. First President Bwaka is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Kobe is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the major went to, I forget that Jamaica, the majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I'll put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I'll renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play, for people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital road, small, then road, B road, all kinds of places. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we accuse Joe, he killed Joseph Boakai. Boakai still living. Joe, no, your league better. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boakai president until he screwed up. We gave God his glory. Yeah. Well, Boakai, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, your league Costa, you will come. And Costa was in a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to kind of Boakai, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what you're talking about.
And I
no, son,
guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another beautiful Monday. It is a beautiful day in Florida here. Some great things are happening. On the home front today, the United States men's hockey team, they won the gold medal yesterday, defeating Canada, our next door neighbors, in overtime. And as they approached the United States, they were supposed to land in the Northeast. Because of the bad weather and the snow, they diverted the flight to beautiful Miami. They just touched down and we are having a great time here. They couldn't be happier. They have now been invited on South Beach. They're going to spend the night on South Beach. It's going to be a lot of fun. When you're talking about heroic event, that was one, because Canada is known to be the powerhouse of hockey in North America. The last time the U.S. beat Canada in the Olympics was 1980. They called that the Miracle on Ice. And to me, this was even better. As the Canadians shot about 81 shots to 47 for the U.S. But the U.S. goalkeeper was outstanding. So we are receiving the national champions, the world champions of the world in Winter Olympics hockey. I say kudos to the U.S. and also kudos to the Canadian team. Great game. If you didn't watch it, it was a beautiful game. We are working on a lot of stories. Some stories just refuse to leave the headlines. No matter how much you discuss, it keeps coming back. And we're going to look into the history books to ask some poignant questions about the American men, who done it. Share the show wherever you are tuning in from. Let us know so we send a shout out to the folks. Alexander Fia, thank you. Turn to your neighbors and share the show. UJ Moe, also share the show. You guys are doing well. I am Jerome Gayman, and today is February 23rd. The year of our Lord, 2026. Way back, there was a question asked. How did Liberia manage to go to war? In 1988. How was this possible? For someone like Charles Taylor, his mysterious escape from prison to finding his way into Libya, and forming collaborations with a lot of prominent Liberians. People wanted to know, this is unlikely, this is nothing small to shake at. This is serious stuff. So for something of that magnitude to be successful, you need a lot of resources, money. The questions that were being asked was, who are financing this war? And we were able to dig a little deeper, and the question was answered. We have our daily topics we'll be talking about, but these are some pressing questions and topics that we need to discuss. We will tease you a little bit so you can go and think about the war that killed your cousins, your nephews, your brothers, your sisters, your parents, your children. Who financed the war? According to our own investigations and our network and our sources, the top of that paper came out, it said Wall Street financed World War II. But who financed Liberia's war? Have you ever wondered how were these people being fed, transported, housed from point A to point B? It had to take a lot of money. So we turn to our friends Frontline and obviously the world-renowned ProPublica. They did a story in 2014. That story reviewed the Firestone. Yes, the same Firestone we are talking about. Played a major part in the carnage that took place in Liberia. It said the investigation reviewed the Firestone of subsidiary of Bridgestone America, then incorporated, entered into a deal with Liberian warlord and future President Charles Taylor during the early years of Liberia's Civil War, Saka, around 1990 through 1992. The company paid millions of dollars in taxes and fees to Charles Taylor's rebel government in exchange for permission to operate a rubber plantation in Habel. The Liberian People's Party and its former presidential candidate, Kehleboe Gongloe, demanded an investigation. And the investigation was done. The key findings of that investigation: financial support from Firestone. Firestone paid over $2.3 million in cash, checks, and food to Taylor's forces, a move that Taylor himself later described as a significant source of foreign exchange for his revolution. The warlord's security in return for money. Taylor forces secured the plantation for Firestone, allowing the company to export rubber while other businesses in the region were forced to shut down. Taylor's rebel used Firestone trucks, fuel, and equipment, and even occupy homes on the plantation. Donald Esminger, who was the managing director of Firestone Plantation during the invasion, stated that he warned the company that working with Taylor was immoral, as his rebels had killed and imprisoned workers. Firestone didn't listen. Like I told you, this is a teaser to give you a gist What we know, what some of you knew all along, but now we have concrete evidence that we are going to reintroduce to those of you who had it, who have read it. We are going to reintroduce the topic and discuss it in detail. To some, ad nauseum. Share the show. Let us know where you are tuning in from. If you have relatives, loved ones in the Northeast, make sure you call and check on them as they are expecting or getting 12 to 24 inches of snow. That's 2 feet of snow in addition to what they had already. Call your families and friends, loved ones in the Northeast, Washington, D.C., New York, Pennsylvania, Delaware, especially New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, and Rhode Island, and Massachusetts. Before we go into our topics, we also want to look at another piece of evidence. We have also dug up a piece of paper from our sources and some credible chat rooms about supposedly money being spent for security while the nation languishes in poverty and despair. It says here, over $18 million allocated in 2026 national budget for intelligence services. When our health and education sector remain underfunded, when the cost of living is high and unbearable, this government, its advisors, they have taken out 18 million US dollars for something called intelligence. It looks like every agency in Liberia have their own intelligence forces, intelligence department. They have siphoned money from the national budget. We want to go through a few of those. The Minister of State for Presidential Affairs have their own intelligence section, $220 million. Media intelligence, I don't know what that is. $120,000. Ministry of Information, Media Intelligence, $400,000. Now let's go to the LACC. The LACC has an intelligence budget too, $809 million. Let's go to the FIA, that's the Financial Intelligence Agency. The intelligence agencies also have their own agencies. And they won 1.8, they got $1.8 million in financial intelligence. Then let's go to the National Security Agency, the NSA. Intelligence services under NSA, $8.3 million. Then let's go to the Executive Protection Services, EPS. They have their own intelligence services, $600,000. Then let's go to the National Security Council. Intelligence services under the Security Council, $155,000. National Commission on Small Arms, they have their own intelligence too, $376,000. National Center for Coordination of Response Mechanism, they also have their own intelligence agency. They need they got $400,000. The Liberian National Police, they also have their own intelligence services, $1.5 million. Liberia Immigration Services, they also have their own intelligence services, $790,000. National Fire Services, they have their own intelligence services too, $400,000. The Liberia Drug Enforcement Agency, LDEA, they also have their own intelligence services, $1.5 million, for a total of $18 million. It looks like every agency in the Republic of Liberia has an intelligence service. $80 million. So you are working at the Ministry of Information. They have an intelligence department. If you're working at the immigration services, definitely they do need intelligence. I think the Liberia Immigration Service, $790,000 for intelligence, I think that's very small. The National Fire Service, $400,000, I think that's a waste of money. The LDEA, $1.5 million, I think that's appropriate. National Police, $1.5 million, I understand that. National Center for Coordination and Response Mechanism, I don't know what that is, $400,000. We will discuss. In the meantime, let's go to our talking points. There's a lot going on in our country. Let's start with Nimba County. There's a lot going on in Nimba, some gruesome stuff going on in Nimba. Three beautiful babies beheaded in Nimba, cut their head off. Somebody brave enough to behead three babies, three children. What is going on in our country? Three babies. A mother came home bearing food, a simple act of love at the break of a day in Nimba. But what she found inside her mother's home in Mela, a farming town in lower Nimba County, on Sunday. Sunday morning was not the laughter of a child or children. It was silence. Silence so heavy, it would soon shatter an entire community in Nimba. On the floor lay the lively bodies of three children. 2 little boys ages 3 and 4, and the baby girl barely over a year. Their small friend brutally beheaded, told a story so horrific for words. As the mother's scream pierced the silence and the stillness of the rural settlement in Yawin, Masono district, neighboring, right? Neighbors were in disbelief. The scream of the mother woke the whole town up. Within hours, the quiet farming town of Mali, Mela, in Nimba County descended into chaos. Authorities have identified the suspect as Mary Gia, the children's grandmother, who allegedly fled the scene shortly after the killings. She was apprehended later that afternoon following a frantic community search supported by the officers of the Liberia National Police. Residents say they woke up to one of the darkest mornings in the history of the county and the town, Mela, a closely knit rural community along the Seleke Kromah corridor and home to prominent Dolly family. This community is not accustomed to violence of this magnitude. It was something we only hear about in faraway places, one resident said. His voice trembling, not here, not inside this family. Eyewitnesses told local reporters that the children's mother discovered the bodies early Sunday when she brought food for the children. Within moments, word spread like fire. The suspicion quickly turned toward the grandmother, who had reportedly disappeared. By mid-afternoon, between 4 and 5 p.m., she was located hiding in nearby bushes, but was taken into custody by the Liberia National Police. Commander APC Lami Mendlin of the Liberia National Police Nimba Detachment confirmed the arrest. We have apprehended the suspect and launched a full investigation into the matter, Mendlin said. We urge the public to remain calm and allow law to take its course. Police, as of press time, was yet to establish a clear motive. One eyewitness alleged that the suspect had recently been embroiled in a court matter in Seleke Pewee. Liberia is becoming or has become a nation of no conscience. A nation so numb that one person will behead. Where in the world do you hear something like this, other than maybe in the Middle East, where the corporate punishment, capital punishment is beheading? Where else do you hear something like that? A few weeks ago, we were talking on this particular platform about the record-setting beheading in Saudi Arabia. Today in Liberia, look no further than Seleke Kromah Tapeta corridor in a little town called Mela. Hopefully I'm pronouncing the name right. Where a grandmother cut the head of 3 babies 1-year-old, 3-year-old, and a 4-year-old baby. A grandmother. Nimba County, we got problem. In other news, the LRA boss blamed the legislator for bad deal some ago by President Buhari. Liberia is an enigma. Liberia is a mystical place. The president sends a bad bill, concession agreement to the House. The House passes the bad bill. The president signs it into law. Then he sends his nephew, the LRA boss, to come and blame the legislative bodies and say, yeah, we signed a bad deal, but we signed it because you sent it to us. In essence, Joseph Walker and the administration are saying, we are signing this bad bill that we sent you, that you passed and you sent back to me. I am signing it so you take the blame. You had no right signing it or passing it into law. This is the country that we will bequeath to the next generation. Remember, I keep using that word bequeath because that's exactly what it is. We are going to pass this on to our children and children's children. When they come to, when they look at this intelligence list, who wouldn't be tempted to control that list? $18 million. Every agency, every department in the Republic of Liberia has its own agency, security intelligence agency. Even with all of these spying agencies they have, nobody could see that the concession agreement was terrible. They were so terrible, the president signed and then blamed them. On the front page of Front Page Africa, it says the LRA boss blames the legislator for bad deals. But then Representative Sibo objects as House Senate Concession Review Commission. Finally, the Commissioner General of the Liberia Revenue Authority, LRA, Mr. Dopoh Jala, has squarely blamed the national legislature for what he described as unfavorable concession agreements in Liberia. He argues that the legal framework governing those deals, those bad deals, were enacted by lawmakers themselves. So don't blame Joseph Walker. Mr. Jala made the assertion on Thursday during the 12-day sitting of the first quarter of the third session of the House of Representatives. His appearance followed a communication from Nimba County District Number 4 Representative Ernest Mensah, or Mencia, who requested plenary to invite the LRA and the Ministry of Mines and Energy to provide a status update on the Cavallo Resources, formerly BHM Billiton, including the company's tax obligations to the government of the Republic of Liberia. The LRA boss quipped, legislature set the rules, man. Responding to concern raised by Montserrat County District Number 16, Representative Dixon Sebo, regarding what he described as low financial return from concessions and investments commission, General Jala, argued that the legislature bears full responsibility for the outcome of such bad agreements. According to Dopoh Jala, concession agreements signed by the executive are anchored in laws passed by the legislature. Basically, what he's saying, my uncle only signs the law. You guys pass the law. Joseph Walker is innocent. All he has to do is sign what you guys send him. So Joseph Walker has no blame in this, according to Dopoh Jala. The agreements that we are signing today in the executive are based on the legal framework that you have established, Jala told plenary. For us to deviate from that, believe me, you will call us here and hold us accountable. Who can pass those laws? Who can change those laws? It is you, this honorable body. He stressed that if the Liberian believe it has outgrown its current mineral development and concession framework, it is the legislature's responsibility to amend the laws. If we believe as a people that we are getting to a point that we have graduated from our current legal framework for giving out our natural resources, it is up to us. And this legislature leads that way, he said. Jala further described the existing concession framework as unsustainable, arguing that Liberia is not maximizing benefits for its own natural resources. We need to move away from our current framework for concessioning our resources. It is not sustainable. I don't think we are getting as much as we would if we change the framework, he added. Representative Sebo rejects the blame game. Representative Sebo, whose question prompted the exchange, took exception to LRA boss's comment, suggesting that lawmakers should not shoulder full responsibility for the so-called bad deals. Sebo noted that legislators are not necessarily experts in specializing areas such as tax policies and mining economics, and that legislative decisions are often influenced by the majority votes. Lawmakers may not be the expert in different fields. And here, everybody's votes, Sebo said. The question I'm asking is, knowing what we know from tax administration in different jurisdictions, are you satisfied with the amount of money that we are getting as taxes from these companies? That's my point. Speaker Cohen establishes Concession Review Committee. Following testimonies and intense deliberations, House Speaker Richard Nagbe Cohen announced the establishment of a special committee to review all concession agreements in Liberia. The Speaker mandated the committee to conduct an in-depth study of the status, financial terms, and conditions of existing concessions and report back to plenary within 1 month, including recommendations for reform. Members of the committee include N.S. Mencia, Nimba County District 4, to chair that committee. Sam P. Jala, Bomi County District 3, member. Jeremiah Gawo-Soken, Grand Judea County District 1, member. Dixon Sebo, Montserrat County District 16, member. Representative of Bon County District 7, member. Representative of Montserrat County District 9, member. You will be given all necessary resources to do your work. And you are given 1 month to report back to plenary. Speaker directed them. On the specific issue of Cavalry resources in Montserrat County District 3, Representative Sumo Morba moved that the matter be referred to Joint Committee on Concession, Mines and Energy and Hydrocarbon. Under the motion, the Committee on Concession will lead the process along with the Joint Committee report back to plenary within 10 working days. The motion was adopted through a voice vote. The LR report $3.4 million payment. In a related development, LR disclosed that Cavalry Resources have made a partial payment of $3.4 million towards an outstanding obligation of $7.64 million owed to the government of Liberia. The payment was made on February 16, 2026. Our technicians are working to get all of the data from BHP and now Cavalry. Commissioner Jala stated from 2010 to 2016, HBP Billiton, the company owed $3.8 million, and since becoming Cavalry, a debt stands at $3.384 million. Meanwhile, William S. Hine, Deputy Minister for Operations at the Ministry of Mines and Energy, informed lawmakers that the ministry had completed a feasibility study on the company. According to Hine, the ministry conducted technical assessment to determine the company's eligibility and subsequent granting it 2 Class A licenses. The company requested to make payment of arrears and current obligations, Hine said, noting that Cavalry has been working with LRA to meet its financial responsibilities to the nation. We have to talk so and talk so. If this administration under President Joseph Boakai manages to review all the previous concession agreement to be modified to the advantage of the Liberian people successfully, not nibbling around the edges, but to make substantial changes to the concession agreement. It would be a major victory for Joseph Boakai from someone like me. I am not talking about just cosmetic. We're talking about major amendment to the concession agreement that basically gave away our natural resources to the corporations for free. It will go from 3.5%, 5% to 30 or 40%. Then I will take my hat off to Joseph Boakai, President Joseph Boakai, under whose administration this theft was arrested. The concession agreement in Liberia under Joseph Boakai, under Ellen Johnson, former President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and Joseph Yuma Boakai, Global Witness and other international corporations said that 66 out of 68 agreements in Liberia, concession agreement in Liberia, under Ellen and Joseph Boakai were bogus. If Joseph Boakai comes back and redeems himself, then he can claim, rightfully so, that he was a parked race car in a garage. Now that the race car is on the track, we expect nothing but performance, octane, high octane. We expect that President Boakai will do the best he can to make sure that everything we are doing is to the benefit of the Liberian people, according to him. That's what he promised. And if he delivers that, we have to give it to him. Now let's go to the internet. From yesterday throughout the night, through this morning, supporters of this government, unity partisans, sympathizers to this administration have been all over the airwaves. The partial arrival of the new machines, they are so ecstatic. They are so buoyant. It was like a symphony. They were singing. It looks like it was a song like a glee club. If you ever sang in a glee club, everyone that is a member, almost everyone that is a member or supporter of Unity Party is going live that a yellow machine has arrived. Some even followed the ship while it was docking miles away. First 137 yellow machines land in Liberia, receiving infrastructure push, reviving our infrastructure push, and lingering procurement question. My folks, we can celebrate all we want because it is a good thing. But what the Liberian investigators are saying, there are still procurement questions that are lingering that need to be answered. Let's dive into the details. So President Bouakai's yellow machine has arrived. After months of constitutional questions, procurement scrutiny, and public skepticism, the first 137 of the machines, originally stated as 285 yellow machines, have finally landed at the free port of Monrovia. The first 137 of 285 heavy-duty yellow machines promised under President Joseph Yuma Bouakai's infrastructure drive docked at the free port of Monrovia on Sunday, yesterday, injecting visible momentum into a long-stalled road program while reopening unresolved questions about transparency, procurement compliance, and executive authority. This investigation was done by Gibson G. and Blambo and Toe. Guys, let us know where you are tuning in from. Share the show. Send in your comments. This is what we call current event. By the way, let me remind you that we are going through some structural issues with management. So there may be time where you may not see us on all of our platforms. If you are listening to us through Truth FM 96.1, you may not get us on certain days, and you will get us on certain days. The time and dates will be brought to you hopefully by the end of this week. But if you are on Facebook, if you're on YouTube, and many of the other platforms, you will get us 5 days a week. And at times, we're going to have some specials on Saturdays, or weekends, or holidays. But for now, we are working on our managerial structure, how many days we're going to be on Truth FM, how many days we're going to be on Care Radio and Care TV. All of those things are being worked out. So you were joining us by the regular medium, which is Truth FM around the country. If you are not getting us at a certain time, you are right. By the end of this week, we are going to give you a schedule as to when we are going to be on Truth FM and when we are going to be on Care Radio and Care TV. We are also forming other partnership with other radio stations. Those arrangements have to be made. Our T's have to be crossed. Our I's have to be dotted. All because of you. Without you, there would be no closing argument. Without the audience. But we make sure when you tune your radio or your dial onto our platform that someone is going to be here, your star will be here to bring you happenings, to bring you the news. We want to thank our producers, the young folks in Monrovia that sits in the studio all night, sometime into the early mornings to carry this show. We want to say thank you. We know who you are. We appreciate you. We see you. After we have done our headlines, we're going to talk about a little debate, not debate, but something that I find to be very ridiculous. There's a small group of people, very small group, that want to start some, I guess there's nothing happening in the sports world in Liberia. This group is on every chat room, they're in every chat room, they're on every platform, trying to say the best football player ever on the Liberia, most celebrated Liberia player or footballer is one guy by the name of James Silencer Deba or Deba. They are making these arguments with no statistics. It is strictly emotional. And then finally, Mr. James Silencer Deba himself came on and did a live where he claimed he is the most celebrated Liberian soccer player ever. And I sat back and laughed. I went on Google and I went on most of the major platforms like ESPN and BBC, and I tapped in his name and nothing came up. I'm in South Florida, and when you go to Palm Beach, Fort Lauderdale, Miami, Orlando, Tampa, Tallahassee, wherever you go, this is a soccer country. The people here, they are fanatic when it comes to soccer. Nobody ever heard of him. Why do people beat their own drums? I guess in our old Basel parlance, they say, if you are a little billy goat and you have nobody to rock you, you rock yourself. That's what Mr. Silencer Deba was trying to do. It was my first time listening to him, never saw him play. But he said he was very good. That's another talk for another day. When Tomalin George comes on, at some point we will have to have that conversation. Never met this man, never read anything about him, not in the international scene, not in BBC, ESPN, Fox Sports, you name it. Went to the Premier League, there's nothing there about him. So I don't know, because when you talk about the Mecca of soccer, you talk about the English Premier League. I didn't see anything there. Championships, international championships, I didn't see anything there. Club league, I didn't see anything. I don't know if he played for Paris Saint-Germain. I don't know if he played for Chelsea or he played for Manchester City, Manchester United, Liverpool. I don't know which one of the major clubs he played for, but I saw nothing. So if you are a fan of Silencer Deba, the onus is on you to prove to the rest of the world that don't know him that he is Liberia's best. There are some folks that I never saw play, but there's a name that keeps coming up in Liberian soccer by the name of Nyenwolo. A legendary figure, Nyenwolo. Everybody talks about this wonderful Nyenwolo. And Mr. Wisse has written extensively on Nyenwolo. Everybody that I have seen, I heard about. Nyenwolo stands as a legend. At one point, I thought it was a mystical figure. I thought it was a lie. Because nobody ever saw this Nyenwolo man. Everybody heard of him. But then as we dug a little deeper, we found out that he was an actual human being that played in the Republic of Liberia on the Lone Star team, and that he was a legend. I digress a little bit because that conversation was funny. It was comical. I was laughing when somebody sent me a link to listen to a guy by the name of Silencer Deba, who says he is inarguably the most successful and celebrated soccer player out of the Republic of Liberia that Liberia has ever seen. The Liberian man said, "Don't make me laugh, y'all." But that as it may, let's go back to the yellow machines. The story is being written by Gibson G. and Blamoto. It says the ship and nearly half of the total fleet include excavators, bulldozers, loaders, graders, dump trucks, and auxiliary service vehicles intended for nationwide road rehabilitation. For an administration that has framed rural connectivity as central to its arrest agenda, the arrival is both a political milestone and a governance test. Keep up with the latest headline, go to WhatsApp. Follow us on WhatsApp, follow us on Facebook. Tap the like button, follow us. And if you choose, subscribe. Don't wait until the political season starts. Get your news, factual news. If you have a story you want us to research or you want us to fact check, we can do that too. Let me welcome the queen of this show.
Not the queen.
Fanta Kamara, I was just about to read. Listen, I love reading your article. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gayman. How are you? It's been a while.
Yeah. Listen, man, I look, you know, I'm a woman's advocate, but educated women, for some reason, there's something special about why educated women usually intimidate most men. And I'm saying most men. For me, I got 3 girls, 2 of whom are twins, and they're highly intelligent and engaging. And I sit back and I look and I say, wow, why they may look like their mother, they feel, they talk, and they engage like their father, because no topic is too big for them. And they speak their mind, whether they're wrong or not, but they will speak it. And I appreciate it. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. That's awesome. So then you have a you have a very, very, how do I put it, a very lucky home.
Yes. Yeah, 3 girls and 1 boy. And actually, when my son left, I got the 3 girls, got my mother-in-law, I got my wife, so 5 women to 1.
Wow, you're a very lucky man.
I'm very, very lucky. But let's see, thank you very much. I know this is a very, for those of you who in our Islamic communities, this month all the way to March the 18th, it's a trying time, it's the time of faith, it's the time of endurance, it's the time of rededication to oneself. And something even in our own Christian faith we call self-denial. It's a time where they tell you to put away all those things that the Mercedes-Benzes and this. It's time for you to deny yourself, come down to the level of the common person and be humble. So the month of Ramadan, I want to say thank you very much for your faith and what you do, but educate us a little bit about Ramadan. What is it? How long is it? And what is it that we're supposed to do to support you?
Oh man, thank you. That's such a brilliant question. Because I think the assumption is our neighbors, the communities we live in, everyone would know exactly what Ramadan is for Muslims. But you find that often people understanding of Ramadan is very, very far from the actuality. So it's a great opportunity to expand and further educate. Ramadan is a month, most importantly, of reflection, is a month of generosity, is a month of inflections, is a month of appreciation of the boundless, the endless blessings that God has bestowed upon us, is a month of charity, is a month of education, is a month of true reflection in a sense that removes, as you said, any distractions and re-identify your relationship with God. You know, most often when you say you're a Muslim or you say you're a person of faith, it's really just verbally. But then there comes this time in the year where you have to practicalize that, where you have to bring that to actuality. And Ramadan does that. It forces us to do that. And unbelievably, one would not think that abstaining from food for sometimes 12, 13, 14, 15 hours, depending where you are around the world. I know some countries go 20, 21, 22 hours, and there's 24-hour days. So imagine that. To even think about that, it seems impossible. But when that time of year comes around, your body, your mind, your soul automatically falls in alignment. It automatically falls in alignment, as if to say it recognizes not just the time of year, but it recognizes the time for reckoning. It recognizes the time for just going back to your maker and going back to your creator. And so Muslims everywhere, the billions of Muslims everywhere around the world, take this time to get closer to God by reading Quran, because this is the month the Quran was revealed, our holy book. Because charity is also very big in Islam. We engage in doing a lot more charity during this month of Ramadan that extends beyond Muslims. So charity to the community, both Muslims, not Muslims, irreligious. Our charitable engagement is amplified during this month. And so it's not just the abstaining from food or drink for hours during the day, but it's also deep, deep, deep reflection and deep servitude to the community. And it's such a beautiful time. It's such a beautiful time when it comes around. No matter how many Ramadans you've had, it always feels like the first time. And it always allows you, it's an opportunity to hit that reset button on your life. And I'm so grateful for it.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have our scholar in practice, in-house. Our resident scholar is in-house. Academically, historically, spiritually. This year, 2026, Ramadan, in the Christian tradition, Lent, and the Chinese lunar calendar all aligned for the first time in a long time. Talk to us about, I mean, you are a professor today.
No, I'm a student, never a professor. No way.
Talk to us about the three events coming together. I think this happened like maybe once every 100 years or 50 years. Something it's rare, but it happened this year.
Yeah, it's amazing because it is a testament to the Creator. It's a testament to people from all walks of life, the true people of faith, that God does not make mistakes. He is very intentional in his design. And so when you have such an alignment, it reaffirms, right? It reaffirms his creation. It reaffirms that he is the creator. It reaffirms that the faith in which we are engaged are the right faith, right? Or is the right faith. And it is such a blessing. If anything, what we should take away from it as people, both in the practice, and those who are spectators, so on the outside, is to sit back and reflect. You're witnessing, I wouldn't even call it historic. You're witnessing a miracle, a real life miracle. And it should force you to think about why you're here and how you are here. How you are here. Because we, contrary to scientific belief that we came from monkeys, right? Darwinism and the evolution of human beings, which is complete bogus. Because if that was true, then that means that that evolutionary theory should be true till this day. That means that human beings who are being born today should still be evolving from the very monkeys. The fact that creation, as is designed in the Bible, in the Old Testament Bible, I haven't caught up with the New Testament recently, but creation as is related in the gospel, as is related in the Quran, that God made us from a sperm drop, right? Human beings from a sperm drop, still rings true today. And so the alignment of this time of reflection is a testament that the one true God is actually true. And it's an opportunity for every one of us to recognize that simple fact and realign ourselves with his message.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Gentlemen and ladies, we are talking about faith, not a particular faith, but like the scripture says, and there was a major argument between Martin Luther and the Protestant faith. That if God is good, if we are all going to be standing before God himself and to give an account of our own lives, then let us learn to read the Quran or the Bible for ourselves, because I don't want to go there and say my imam didn't tell me the other thing. No. But so here we are. Thank you very much. What time is it now? Have you broken your fast?
No, I am in, I think, Central Time. So, yeah, so we're a bit delayed. And just going back to just the different time zones again, you're going to have, say, some people, I know in green light time breaking before, and then you have others like following. You have some people only have to hold 8 hours and others having to wait for 22 hours. I know when I lived in Europe, we had like 21-hour days, while the people in Africa were breaking just, after 7 hours or after like 8 hours. And so, yeah, not yet.
Okay, great. Well, hopefully we can talk a little. When I was talking to you, I thought actually you were in Liberia, but you're in Central Time, so that means it's about 4:18 where you are, and I'm in Eastern. I'm in the Miami time zone, so it's 5:18 p.m. here. Yeah. But that as a man, we want to thank you for your effort and taking the time under such conditions to come and talk to us about current events in Liberia. Like me, I always ask, why are we like this? And my children will be laughing because Liberia is an enigma. It's something intrinsically not right, but some of us can put our hands on it, and those who have all reasons to doubt or to confuse the folks will tell you, no, you are saying things. Maybe you are delusional or you are in denial that we are doing everything right. You are. But let's talk about this article you wrote. There were two articles you wrote, and I have both of them here with me. The first one that touched me, and I spent an hour on the first one, was your sense of justice, your perception of justice and truth to power. That is Prophet Key versus the Supreme Court, and that was powerful. I spent an hour on that writing. I have it here. And today we have one that is equally important, which is the government of Liberia is finalizing a $200 million 20-year waste management concession award letter to Zone Lion Ghana Limited. Before we go to that, and this is going to validate and vindicate you. It says here the LRA boss blamed the legislator for bad deals and bad concessions. I brought these two to analyze them because those who want to get mad with you because you wrote this and they may think it's bombastic, but you see how God works in a mysterious way. Look at this.
Yeah.
The LRA boss agree with you that the concessions agreement that was talked about under Joseph Walker's first term when he was vice president, that 66 of the 68 agreement, according to ProPublica and the other major newspaper, that 66 out of 68 were bogus. Today, the LRA boss is saying the reason these things are bogus and Joseph Walker signed it because the legislative body wrote a bogus concession agreement. That's why he signed it. So he's trying to blame. The headline here from Front Page Africa says, LRA boss blames the legislature for bad deals. And Representative Sibo objected to him. That's a lie. Basically, you as the executive, your job is to go over the concession agreement. That's why you have a legal team. That's why you have a legal advisor. You have a security advisor. You have all of these experts. You have the justice ministry. You have all these legal minds. And someone says, don't even blame the House because the concession agreement originates from the executive. It comes to the legislature, as usual, they are rubber stamp. It goes back, he signs it, and he says, I didn't do it, they did it. I signed it because they sent it to me. So let's talk about the concession agreement. You wrote extensively about, you have been talking extensively, now you have begun to write about the zone line thing. Educate us a little bit, give us a little background on this zone line thing and concession agreement as a whole.
Yeah, this is quite disheartening. I think we'll start with the Zoom Lion component. Mm-hmm. I call the state of our current affairs corruption as a service. As a technologist, we often define different service models for operations as business models for entities. It allows us to operate with a level of efficiency that is repeatable, that is scalable, especially with cloud computing. If you are anything familiar with technology, then you are familiar with the terms of software as a service, so SaaS, so SaaS, platform as a service, PaaS, and infrastructure as a service. So what those do is they work together to provide this level of excellence when it comes to how systems and software operate. It allows for the utmost efficiency where clients can actually expect that they will receive the highest level of service. Adopting that concept when it comes to corruption is what Liberia has done. And so coming from that background, I coined it corruption as a service, because the level of corruption that we practice in Liberia will make corruption itself blush. We'll look corruption in the face and say, you don't know what you're doing. I have perfected this method so well that it runs efficiently. It is scalable, it is repeatable, and it does not discriminate when it comes to sectors. That means every single sector in the government practice corruption as a service. It is ingrained architecturally. It is in the fabric of our governing bodies that even when institutions changes, even when administration changes, whether it's from Ellen to Myean, from Myean to Boyka, the fabric, the operating infrastructure remains the same, which is why for so long we kept calling it corruption and stealing and this and that. It's a service model. It's a service model. And until we understand and identify what that service model is, being able to eradicate it will seem quite mountainous. It will be a mountainous task, which is why when you see these conversations happening about 66 out of 68 concession contracts were bogus, it's evidentiary. It's evidentiary of that. It's evidence of that. And therefore, it proves the service model Liberia practices, the infrastructure, the bedrock of our society, that operating model, the model we leverage for business engagement is CAS, C-A-A-S, corruption as a service. The Zone Alliance saga is just another level in that model, or further demonstrating how that model works. You have a company that was barred for corrupting Liberian officials. You had international bodies validate that. Overwhelming evidence. So overwhelming that the entity itself, because usually it's really hard to prove. How do you prove that someone actually bribed somebody? How do you prove that a company gave a senator, a legislator, a mayor money for a contract? But we did that. We proved that. International body came in, saw the evidence, banned Zoomlion. Zoomlion themselves, just recently on Spoon TV in July, admitted that they did give the Liberian government bribe in 2012, 2013 when they came in. And they were banned. You have the same company coming back to say, I did it once in Liberia. It's no big deal. I know how Liberian politicians work. I just have to rub their palm. I just have to rub rare oil on their palm. And I'm going to get that contract. And so the audacity of a company that went to prison, essentially, right? That went to corporate prison for graft to be returning to the very place. It's like the roll went to your house, stole your chicken. You put the roll in South Beach. The roll left South Beach, went back to your house and said, I know how Mr. Gayman can lock his door. I know exactly the lock that he's using. I know exactly his gate man. I know exactly his neighbor. All I have to do is go and rub their palm. So Zoomlion's back after our last expose of them. There were, of the 6 companies, they are still being considered. And it's so disgusting to a point, Mr. Gayman, where they had to establish an interministerial committee after I exposed the MCC and the PCC. So John Sharuk and team, Robert Bestman and team, the government went back and thought it wise to establish an interministerial committee consisting of all bodies, all major entities of the government. So Finance Ministry is on that body, LRA is on that body, PPCC is also there, MCC is there, PCC is there, as well as the National Investment Commission. The window into our resources. These are the people who we have charged. These are the people we have charged to coordinate investment activities on behalf of Liberia and the Liberian people. So you have John Blibo appoints Melvin Sharif to the interministerial body to help review all of the bids from the 6 companies. They had the audacity, and I have proof of this, but I'm going to say allegedly. Allegedly, Melvin Sharif from the National Investment Commissions openly tells the bidders, the companies, to bring $4 million if they're serious about getting the contract. So for serious consideration, $4 million. So these people are auctioning resources that should actually go to Liberia, that should strengthen the Liberianization policy, that should eradicate the 70% unemployment rate among the youth. They're auctioning it for $4 million to enrich themselves. I would really love for the chairman of the National Investment Commission, Jeff Blibo, the executive director of the National Investment Commission, Melvin Sharif, to respond to these allegations. As I said, I have strong evidence of this, but I'm going to say allegedly. I'm going to give them the opportunity to come and actually answer to what my article has stated. $4 million is what they requested. There are 2 companies left. A consortium company who absolutely had the ability and even made the proposal to create a circular economy. So a waste management economy that would consist of not just collection and disposal, but composting, waste to energy, right? So you're talking about your electricity. We're struggling to make electricity consistent today. That company would have established a separate industry to produce energy out of waste, right? To also create composting, to do recycling, and they would have funded it out of their pockets. Instead of them being considered, the NIC, the Interministerial Committee, decided that they had to pay $4 million. And they said our integrity is it's much more worthy to us than being a part of a compromised government as such. You know what they did? They wrote a formal letter to the government and say, we are going to take ourselves out of this bid. Instead of the NIC and the Interministerial Committee using that as a reflection point, Melvin Sharif then got on the flight and went to Accra to see Joseph Ajipon, the CEO of Zoomlion, to solidify the deal so they can award them the contract. And Zoomlion agreed to pay them $2 million. Mind you, Zoomlion was just here a few months ago, right? Doing their rounds in the government. Senator Snow spoke out about this, right? I was also making the rounds. You guys also had the conversation about this. And as of February, Melvin Sharif got on the plane, went to Accra, and told Joseph Achepong of Zoomlion, oh, everybody now leave. You want us to get you the thing and bring $2 million. That's the level. That's the level of brazenness. Our politicians, not even politicians, the people that we have empowered, the people that the Liberian people have empowered to rescue them, that's the level of treasonous activities they are engaging. So I welcome the comment from Jeff Blidbo, the chairman of the NIC, Melvin Sharif, the executive director of the NIC, John Sharuk, the MCC mayor, Robert Bestman, the Painesville City mayor. I welcome them to deny this. I challenge them.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, please share the show, and then thank you for your comment. Mrs. Kamara, they want you to, I guess, because the sun has shifted behind you. So
yes.
now, yeah, so now we have a glare. We can't see you.
Wait, I have to turn my light on. Just give me 1 second.
Yes, please. Let me work out. I'm turning down. Mr. Don, you're looking fresh over there. What's happening?
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. It's great to be here, most especially back from the weekend. We've come back with renewed energy and so much enthusiasm in making sure that the factual information are being shared here on the closing argument, authenticated and proven beyond all doubts that it is true, to making sure the integrity of TCA can be maintained. And so it's good to be here this evening. And let me say thanks to Ms. Fanta Kamara, who've been talk provocative recent time, most especially from her piece that I read and we talked about on last week. It's good to be here this evening. Thank you.
Great, and you are the right man for the right time. You cover the Liberia National Police, the EPA, and the legislative bodies, which is very important, because we began this topic with the presentation by Dopoh. Obviously, you may have been in the house when he appeared. And here it says the LRA book blamed the legislature for bad deals. This is the first time that I have heard someone from the executive agreeing that the concession agreement is bad. And the president signed it, but he signed it and he doesn't want to take blame. He thinks the House sent him a bad deal, and he just happened to be a poor guy just sitting there and sign it. So what we are saying here is, and I think Sibo was, Representative Sibo was right. There's no time to blame anybody here. Like we are saying, right? if my staff here wrote a speech for me, or Fanta, if I wrote a speech for Fanta, before she reads it, she would go through it, make sure her name is spelled right, my name is spelled, the date on that is correct. All of these things, these are just basic things you do. If the president team knew that these deals were bad, why sign it and then blame somebody else? You were in the house when he was making his presentation. Talk to us about it happening there.
Yeah, so on Thursday, the boss of the LRA, Dopoh Jalai, appeared before plenary after he's been invited, based upon the communication proffered by the Honorable from Bon County, or Marvin Cole. He appeared before plenary to address critical issue. And one thing that was raised is this entire contract that was being awarded by the NRC to a company in Grand Bassa. He also appeared along with the PPCC chair and the NBC chair. And according to the PPCC chair, after being asked by Honorable Sibo concerning the PPCC's acknowledgement about this contract, he said the PPCC is not in the know. They're not aware of whether the contract was being awarded. And if the contract was awarded, it did not pass through the rank and file of the public procurement concession commission process. So that means the rightful arm of concession or contracts and concession in the country is not aware of a contract that affects the life of about thousands of Liberians that are living in Grand Bassa County. And I also raised the eyebrows of Honorable Thomas Goshua, who's also one of the representatives from Grand Bassa County. He stressed out a very important point, but at some point in time, the speaker tried to, shut him down because of whatever reason he think he did that. But he tried to talk about how the Grand Bassa County Legislative Caucus are on their feet moving forward, because we had an interview with Honorable Goshua, and one thing he said is, in fact, the company that is in question is not adhering to the Liberalization Act that requires Liberians to have, a position, either a managerial or executive position within the company. According to him, in that company, there is not a single position that is being held by a Liberian for executive position. And that's wrong. That's against the act. And I think they're doing it because they're not recognized. Because if they're recognized, if the PPCC is aware of them, carrying activities in the country, I think they will be doing better. They will put themselves in the right position to making sure they do not go against the countries or the PPCC standards. So the PPCC, according to the boss, they're not aware of the contract. The NRC was the one who signed the contract, but that was a breach of protocol, actually, because for every contract or concession agreement that comes to the country, the PPCC should be the one to regulate that, should be the one to, make sure that is legal to benefit the lives of Liberians who are going to be affected by those actions. Stress a very brilliant point, and like you said about the Director General of the LRA concerning not blaming others, but blaming ourselves or themselves for actions that goes the wrong way. Honorable Sibo asked whether the main question he asked was, Honorable Dopoh Jalai, if you are the one to sign a contract that reverts a loyalty or a royalty of 3% to Liberia, would you have signed that contract? And Honorable Jalai's response was, let's break it back in your shoe. You are the legislator. It is where the reviewing of the act came about when the speaker set up the committee that is being headed by Nimba County Representative Ernest Mensie. So Honorable Dopoh Jala said, if you are the legislator who is responsible to amend, to rectify acts or laws that govern the country, will you be satisfied if Liberians are receiving 3% royalty on concession agreements? So it lies within your purview. The authority is in your hand. You have the speaker, who is the third person in the country, the third most powerful person. When the president leaves the executive mansion and comes to the Capitol building, he doesn't preside. The president doesn't preside. The speaker does. And so you have the third most powerful person in the country. And when it comes to the governance structure, you are the first branch of government. And so you have the right, you have the power to amend, to rectify and de-rectify acts that you think are not benefiting Liberian people. So that is where the entire structure of that committee to review the Concession Act, the Concession Law of Liberia, within a period of 2 months, that has been headed by Honorable Mensier and other colleagues of his colleagues, are to report back to the plenary in 2 months, and it's going to go to the president. Whatever recommendation it comes up with, is going to go to the president to be signed into law, if possible, to making sure that those 5% royalties, those 3% royalties, because I think we hosted Honorable Duncan once on this show, and he said one thing he talked about was the Humenbrook concession agreement. You know, when you go above 1,500 meters, that means the country will be receiving 3% royalty on whatever that is being found. And according to him, the oil is being found mostly after 1,500 meters. So why if the oil is being found after 1,500 meters? So that means Liberians will not be receiving what they're supposed to receive for the oil they own. And so they're going to be restricted on what to receive and how to receive it. And so Honorable Dopoh Jala's point was, you are the one who has the power. You are the one who make the law. And so it is within your hand to continue on or to change it. And so for my opinion, I think he was right. The legislature are the ones that should be held responsible or liable for concession agreement, even though these agreements come from the executive, from the Ministry of State to the legislature. But the legislature are the ones that has the power to enact it into law, to making sure it becomes possible, to making sure it gets in full swing. So if it's going the other way around, they are the same persons, or they are the same people who should be the one putting it back on track or making sure it is right for the Liberian people.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our legislative reporter here, giving you play-by-play as to how it happened, what's been happening in the House. We got breaking news here. The Liberian Supreme Court has agreed to schedule a conference for 10 a.m. on Friday, this Friday, February 27, 2026, in connection with a petition for a writ of prohibition filed by Modern Development and Management Corporation, MDMC. The conference will be held before Associate Justice Yusuf D. Kamara, presiding in chambers at the Temple of Justice in Monrovia. The company, represented by its CEO, John S. Yoboti Sr., is seeking to halt ongoing vehicle registration and driver's license operation being conducted by Liberia Traffic Management, LTM. In its filing, the company contends that it holds a valid 9-year contract with the Ministry of Transport, granting it exclusive authority over the production and administration of vehicle registration and driver licenses in the Republic of Liberia. Fanta, today you got your plate full. It's everything that can ever go wrong in Liberia. It looks like it all coming to the surface today. But before we go there, let me go to Ghana yesterday. I listened to the Ghanaian president, Mahama, when he said Ghana has made an intentional proclamation. And the pronouncement was between now 2026 and 2030, there will be no raw material exported out of Ghana, not the iron ore, bauxite, you name it, all the natural resources without value items to it in the Republic of Ghana. Nothing will leave Liberia, nothing will leave Ghana without adding value to the product that will benefit the people. He said, the future of our children depends on decisions we make today. That is the future of the children, and we have to have a future that is bright for their children. So, Fanta, talk to us. What part of the motor or the model, the modem that God made people, that it made Ghana different? And look at when time came for them to make the sea human being, he took that good machine and put it aside and just maybe did like what do you think is wrong with us?
Well, do you really? It's the Ramadan, so I'm going.
I know you have to be careful. I understand, but
it's the Ramadan, so I'm gonna be nice.
The president of Ghana, which is our cousins across the water there, they're saying the same thing you are saying. Okay,
it's common sense.
This is about the future of the children, and if we're going to bequeath a better future to our children, we have to do it right. So he said, our iron ore, our gold, our bauxite, whatever comes out of the ground in this country, have to have an added value. It's not leaving the countries anymore. And they have put everybody on notice that are doing business in Ghana that 2030 is the cutoff line. By 2030, everything will have to be adding value to it in Ghana to I mean, I listen to the president and I'm saying to myself, I cannot believe what I'm hearing from an African leader. Your take on this?
It is refreshing. It's absolutely commendable. It is very much along the line of the sovereignty, the type of sovereignty that Africa and African countries need. It is the type of leader. I'm not saying Mohammed is perfect, but his current policies during this term is exactly reflective of the future that is representative or should represent the majority demographic on the continent. You're talking 70, 80 upwards % youth that are eager for change, that are unfamiliar with neo-colonial ways, right? That are so disgusted by the pace in which transformation takes place. Understandably, when the age of information that they're born in, where with a click of a button, they can see their friends and peers in other parts of the world, access and engage with life in a way that makes them question their very being on this planet, that makes them struggle with a level of inferiority. Why are the kids in the West or the kids in the South so much more advanced than I am, when we are all we're all the same people? We bleed red. God made us all in the same way. And the answer to that question is very simple, is that the leaders, the majority, and I really want the youth to listen to what I'm about to say. We are responsible for the incompetence we are witnessing today, for the incompetence we've witnessed in the last 2 decades post-war. We are responsible. If you're in your 20s, you're in your 30s, you're in your 40s, and you're thinking there, thinking to yourself that, oh, I'm still a youth, I'm a future leader. You're not future anything. Because they tell you that because they want you to look the other way. They don't want you looking into the decisions that they're making today that are driven by financial interest. They're proprietary. The reason why our leaders act with this level of impunity today is because we allow them to. We only become activated to do their biddings, to get on the street, to vote for them, rain and sun. But when it comes to holding them accountable, we shy away from it. Until we do that, this grotesque level of corruption is going to continue. The legislative wanting to erode themselves of their responsibility of accountability is despicable. You make the laws. You represent the people. You didn't get to the House through kites. People voted you in those seats. And you sit there and allow royalties of 2%, of 3%. Raw materials get exported time and time again. And you think it's normal. They think it's normal because each of them receives a brown envelope. That is the reality. Each of them. When they get into the house, they are poor church rats. Most of their shoes are even falling off. They're borrowing court suits. I can say this unequivocally because my family once ran a business that sold suits, and some of them came to borrow suits. So I know them. They know themselves. But they get away with this because we, the people, allow them to. Look, let's understand something. Democracy, as has been purported to us, is a sham. Even the great United States does not practice democracy. It is a republic. To tell you we have to be a democratic nation because it's a mechanism for control. If you feel as a person, I have a say, this system of governance for the people, by the people, of the people, is empowering. It's hypnotic. You hear that and you're like, I'm empowered. But you're powerless. Because what they run, the system that is actually in place, is autocratic. What they say is what goes. It's authoritarianism. And we don't understand that because we're still stuck on their marketing, on their public relation, advertisements of democracy. We don't live in a democracy. We do not operate in a democracy. The resources that leave the earth of Liberia do not leave in a democratic fashion. You do not get a say. The fact that you will see Burkina Faso, you will see Ghana, you will see Botswana negotiating 50% royalty. And Liberia negotiates 2%. It's a pat on their shoulder. Wow, we did good. Each lawmaker gets 150,000, 100,000, 75,000, $1 million. While you sit there and Liberia is still one of the hungriest countries in the world. Bottom 10. Hungriest country out of 190 plus countries in the world. Liberia ranks in the bottom 10. So you can't feed your people. But you're a democratic nation. We, the people, are responsible for the grotesque governance that is practiced today in Liberia. And so when you see Ghana take a stand as such, we must applaud them. When you see Botswana stand up to De Beer, the largest diamond producers in the world, and say, no, we don't care if you're Westerners. You want to do business with Botswana, you pay 50%, and we will have equity in this firm. Where are the equities for Liberia? When Beer Mountain extracts upward $1 billion every year from the Liberian soil in gold and resources, Liberia gets 5% of that. Just recently, it changed to 5%. It has always been 3% for almost 2 decades. Ellen first signed them in. And then Ellen signed them into 3%. And for 12 years, it was 3%. We had then raised it to 5%. It's still at 5%. They extract $1 billion of gold every single year. You know what that comes up to? I'm terrible at math, but it's somewhere in 20-something, about like $30 million. They give you $30 million and take out $1 billion. It's not stupidity. It's enablement. It's systemic. It has been normalized. And that's why it is corruption as a service. Because the only service that we offer as a governing body is corruption at the core of everything that we do, which is why we don't even think about sovereignty. We don't even think about asserting our sovereign self as a nation. You have Elon Musk coming, like taking a photo with our foreign minister, and she's smiling. Why are you smiling? You think Elon likes you? I'm sorry, Sarah, you're probably a very nice lady, but Elon doesn't care for you. Elon cares for the neodymium, the nuclear mineral that Liberia's just discovered. That's what Elon cares about. The cobalt, the uranium. 66 of 68 concessions are bogus. Everybody is to blame. Everybody.
Wow. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome Honorable George. We have a day. Welcome to the show. If I didn't take anything else out of the presentation here, something that I'm going to use, and I know she's going to give me the permission to use, that is, Liberia had turned graft into a business model. Mr. George, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. Thank you. And it's good to see you, Fanta. Good to see you,
thank you.
us tonight again. But it's also thanks to all our listeners, our followers from around the world. It's good to be back on the closing argument. And I've been following the discussions. And Mr. Gayman, everything you guys have said is a fact. I agree with Dopoh Jala. When the legislature, when these our representatives and senators, whenever they review the concession agreement, when they ratify these things, after they have gotten what they got to get from there, what they don't realize is that you are almost selling the soul of a country. Now, when it comes to reality, the president signs it into law now, and they see that we are getting little or nothing from what they ratify. Then they wonder. Some people want to blame the interministerial committee. No, they play their part. They did all the groundwork. When it comes to reality, where they come to the lawmakers now who represent the people of Liberia, to decide their duty is to scrutinize those agreements, the concession agreements, and see how much it benefits Liberia. But they don't do it. When they realize that these people are taking millions of dollars out of our country and we want to get him a drop in the bucket, then that's when they get concerned. So Dopoh Jala was saying, look, you guys make the law. And because the agreement came to you guys were scrutinizing in the right way so that Liberia can benefit more from their own natural resources. But instead, you guys just run with it. You don't even have no hearing, public hearing. Look, I know in this country called America, it takes you don't just see things come to Congress and just go through it quickly. You bring witnesses to come and testify to give their expert opinion on an issue. But for us, we got people who are expert in the areas of the concessions that is signed, right? Who know what the best for Liberia. But instead, we forget about these people, and they just bring it to them. Initially, they will come and make big laws, big noise on a Facebook page and say, we'll scrutinize this thing, we'll do this one. End of the day, that somebody say, oh, blah. Because after they make all that noise, then they decide to talk to them one by one, where they're going to get personally. And from there, they go there and vote. They taste it well. And some of them so smart. What they do, if they know because their conscience telling them not to vote, they won't show up for the vote. They'll say the person the one person for that vote. And someone else will say they abstain. Give me a break. You abstaining, you mean you supporting it. You boycotting the vote, you support it. So you know very well that your vote is not important. They're going to stay passed. Mm-hmm. And when these concessions are ratified, we see what we're getting. Like for instance, last year alone, over $1.5 billion of our natural resources was taken out of Liberia in cash, taken out of the country. How much Liberian government received in our national account? Less than 200 million. Then you think we serious people? You think it happen in other countries? No, it can't happen. And that's why we're struggling, because our natural resources. You just heard Fanta. What she said is true. People they just discovered resources in Liberia that is like in demand in the world market now. But we're gonna let it go again for nothing. We don't have, and we just not benefiting from it. Liberia shouldn't be a poor country. And let me end on this. Like I said, there's no reason why a civil servant Liberia should make less than $500. No reason why. But because you got a budget of $1.2 billion, but $900 million plus of that budget is spent on recurring expenses, salaries, and benefits for few people, not even more than 2,000 people out of 5.5 million people. They think we are serious. If this, we're going to continue, then all day I see the arguing on Facebook, arguing. No, it's a joke. We'll get a new government in Liberia, 2029. A new government. I'm not kidding. If like we're going to continue living I will not live in poverty. I refuse to be poor. I refuse to be living poverty. I reject it. I'll live Liberia. I'll live like a king in Liberia. Trust me. In Liberia, I will live I'll live better than in America. Trust me. I'll live better than in America. And if they want me to maybe make it more, I will look, I won't talk too much because it's like it gets to me when I hear. Trust me, you can't be a CEO in America. Let me come to you. You're a big man in America here. You living like a CEO here. You go like, bro, you living more than the minister and said. You suffer for your money. Before you earn it, you suffer for it. Okay? So when you're doing that, let people talk. If you live if you want, sit in the back seat of the car. When the car stops, better open the door for you. You walk and majestically. Our country is suffering because of the leaders we continue to elect. Until we can elect transformative leaders, Liberia will continue to remain in abject poverty. I'm sorry, but that's the reality. It feels like I agree.
Oh, you're on mute.
We are rich and poor in structure. I agree.
Well, listen, but the few business classes that I took in the 90s, I know there was something called GIG, or garbage in, garbage out.
I hear that.
Fanta and I were just talking about the difference between the Ghanaian legislative body and Liberia's. With all due respect, and hopefully my friends and brothers and sisters back there don't think that I'm trying to belittle anybody, but we have an illiterate legislative body. The presidency is the only office that has a legal team, political advisor, the justice ministry. We have top-notch lawyers. That cannot be said about the House. So the executive deliberately set up the bogus agreement and sent it down to the guys, the least educated group in our country, knowing they will not read no 40-page paper. These are guys, like Fanta was saying, comes to the House with flip-flop on. The executive is aware of this. A man who just came from number 5 district, Grand Bassa County, came to the house with flip-flop on, no shirt, gotta go to find suit. And he see $5,000 for the first time in his life. And they said, oh man, the president, even if the legal jargons are an agreement. So we have a House, even the Senate. 80% of the senators in Liberia tell you no. Out of 30, We had, and I'm going to highlight this again because I'm from Grand. We had $3.3 million allocated to Grand Bassa to build a hospital in Buchanan. You should see what they have, they said 3.3 million. Then to make matter worse, they can include staff quarters for doctors and nurses. They need additional funding to build doctors and nurses quarters. Can you imagine $3.3 million in Buchanan build a state-of-the-art hospital? And they forgot to include doctors quarter, nurses quarter, and they're asking for additional funding. And then to make matter worse, $65 million was allocated to build an economic agro zone in Grand Bassa County. And that particular contract, the PPCC said they never heard of it, they don't know about it. But yet this contract was awarded to a Ghanaian company. Fanta, this one, the Freetown message is pass mark. That is it. It is unbelievable. No, you cannot scrape this thing. I'm telling you, you can. Liberia is in a class by itself. Your take on the concession agreement in Grand Bassa, in Monrovia, the Zoom line. Let's zoom in on the Zoom line. You are talking about the Interministerial Council. I don't know where that came from. I just heard about it.
Yeah.
They are now supposed to be the mediators between the Investment Commission, the Republic of Liberia, the Ministry of Finance, and the bidders in Ghana.
Yeah. So this is mind-boggling, because when we blew the whistle on Zoomlion, you had them banned. They came back last year. We blew the whistle again, and after they experienced the pressure from the media, and this is why the media is so important. If the media would remain consistent in holding leaders accountable, I think we would have a better situation. The change that Liberia needs will not happen in a vacuum. The media is the pillar of the government, part of the government, outside of the government, that is responsible for that level of accountability, holding power feet to fire. No sacred cows. And so when you see that happen, the response that you see, right, it shifts. The government said, oh no, this is too hot in the media. The people are paying attention because we the media awakens the people, and they pay attention and they understand exactly what is happening. And they begin to digest it and hold their leaders accountable. When we don't do that, it goes right over their heads. So when we did that with Zoomlion, you saw a shift from MCC, from PPCC, so from Mayor John Sharuk, from Robert Bestman. You saw they had paused. Edwin Snow came out. He spoke out against it. Other senators came out. A couple of them spoke out against it. They had the discussion at plenary with the pro tem that they put a stay on the contract. In between then and now, from that stay, they established an interministerial committee. The interministerial committee, as you just alluded to, consists of those critical ministries in the country. So PPCC is there, Finance is there, LRA is there, MCC is there, PCC is there, to ensure that they actually do the right thing. Review what the public concern is, review these bids, and make sure that you actually select a company that will benefit the Liberian people. This is waste management. We're not talking about something scientific. We're not talking about atomic bombs. We're not talking about quantum computing. We're talking about integrated waste management. $200 million that, if done right, would produce over 200,000 jobs for the everyday Liberian. in a country where unemployment still sits at 70%. Simple math. Instead, what they did, the NIC, being a part of the Interministerial Committee, being represented by Melvin Sharif, appointed by Jeff Blibo, the chairman of the National Investment Commission, solicited $4 million from the last two companies that left. It was a Saudi-Liberian consortium and Zoomlion. And the company said, no, my integrity is way too much important to me. And you people are not serious. I'm bringing $200 million to your country. I'm going to produce hundreds of thousands of jobs for Liberians who are struggling today socioeconomically. Why would I pay you one person? And this is how they steal. Why would I pay you one person? You just came in with slip. So you're asking me to pay you $4 million among you to award me in the contract. They said no. They walked away clean and went to Zoomlion and said, oh, the point that left was you're gambling. Would I agree to pay them like $2 million? And because we are the ones who refutable. They already know Liberians are spineless. They're not going to do nothing. We own the legislative. We are the executives. And I will push back on your statement because it's not, these contracts don't just derive, they also come from the ministers. Everyone who has financial interest through the legislative, they will lobby every form of government, including in Spoon TV. Spoon got on the plane, went to Accra, and did a whole PR thing for Zoomlion. Now the government know that no other bidders are there because they all said our integrity is too important to us. We want to do business the right way. They want to quietly sign that $200 million contract and give it to Zoomlion. Back to the SAPZ, I believe that's their name. The $19 million contract that was just given to the company in Grand-Bassa. Mm-hmm. The people of Grand-Bassa gave them, I think, 200 acres or 200 hectare acres of community land, free land. Why wouldn't that land stay in Liberia? Why wouldn't that land go to a Liberian company? To say, use this $19 million to build an agro-processing plant. The EU, and that grant comes from a $43 million grant that the EU just gave to Liberia for agro-processing. So you take that money that European taxpayers donate to Liberians to improve their status. You give it to a Ghanaian again. You give it to a Ghanaian again. I also want to hold the international community responsible. You're not free of this. Every time, with every grant, with every donation, there are conditions. And part of those conditions consist corruption conditionalities, meaning that you ought to use those fundings for the intended purpose. Contrary to that, you should face consequences. So Liberia should face consequences for using the money that has been donated to them through these various grants that end up going towards corruption in someone's pocket. We ought to be finding out now, how much did that Ghanaian company, SAPZ, the agro-processing company, pay the Minister of Agriculture? Because if PPCC is saying that they're not aware, they themselves are not doing their jobs. You are responsible for reviewing every single contract before it gets awarded. Why are contracts escaping you? And your only response is, oh, nobody told me, oh, I don't know about it. Oh. Why don't you know about it? You two are responsible. We don't just blame the Ministry of Agriculture. Look, I just want to say very quickly, because it's very important to make the public understand how wealthy Liberia is. The new resources that were just discovered I just want to jog your memory. When Trump when Boyka went to the White House, sat in front of Trump, what the Liberian people should have been paying attention to was the one line that he said. Instead, what they focused on was, oh, our president can speak good English. They should have focused on Boyka saying to Trump, come and survey our minerals. We just discovered new minerals. Come survey them. You saw shortly after that, when Minister Pewee at Lens and Mine spoke out that these companies that should be paying more, what did Boyka do? Boyka fired him. He fired him. And then they announced, oh, Liberia now has neodymium. They're relocating, they're pushing the people in Grand Cape Mount out of their ancestral homes. Because when they surveyed those lands, they found uranium, they found cobalt, they found neodymium. Let me tell you what neodymium does. You see Teslas, electric vehicles, neodymium powers electric vehicles. It powers wind turbines. The Internet of Things, neodymium powers. And that's why Elon Musk is interested in Liberia. Because he's petitioned Trump to allow him access to the minerals that Liberia just found. Uranium. You know what uranium does? Defense. Atomic bombs. The US right now is scrubbing for any minerals to continue to fortify their military might. Uranium built atomic bombs. Cobalt, our very technological devices are powered by cobalt. Liberia has those resources. And then you have a legislative body who sits there with their finger in their mouth, because that's all they do, they suck their fingers, cannot comprehend the trillions of dollars under our soil and continue to negotiate a 2% royalty while Ghana is mandating processing raw materials at home. We made Firestone billionaires, the #1 tire company in the world, by exporting raw material. And then we buy the very tires and import them. We export timber and then we buy chairs from outside.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you're in for class. And this is where we are. Tomalin, there's one part of the article that stood out. It says here, under the administration of President Joseph Boakai, he has arrived at a precise inflection point. What we are witnessing is not a failure of governance, but a deliberate, premeditated substitution of governance with extraction. Far from incompetence, it is a business model. That one I got over. I mean, this is what when we are talking about, we're talking about public policy, and writing policy is totally different from analyzing policy. What she's doing is she's analyzing and coming up with what any political analyst would do, because when you define incompetence, is the inability to do something, but this has gone beyond that. One of my professors used to say, some of you are idiots when you come into my class, he said, but I didn't know that some of you were idiots, but some of you are actually absolute idiots. That means you can't go beyond, you are an absolute, you are dead end, you can't go any further. This is where we have gone beyond incompetence to absolute incompetence, because this one is deliberate now. So it has to be criminal, chief, for us to have all of these things, 5 million people. We got the most important commodity on earth, water. And we are dying from thirst. They said there's no water, there's no food. Our hydro, we got rivers all over the place. We got the Atlantic Ocean, we got you name it. You want to tell me there's no engineering feat to say we will transport water from several rivers to our hydro, so our hydro don't get dry during the dry season for us to keep electricity. I mean, it is one of those things that when she said this thing is deliberate, Mr. George, I don't know what to say, but I have to agree.
But you know, Mr. Gayman, look, I listened to Dr. Monema the other day. He said Liberia is behind a country that is behind. It is true. Look, I agree with Clarence a whole lot. And what Fofana is saying is just a fact. Look, somebody was telling me, or discussing, we're having a discussion with someone, the person was telling me, since 2006, the amount of money during early administration, the various concession companies that were in Liberia, the kind of money, they said the early administration for 12 years, we are 6 years, and Garguah now is there. So Tomalin, the kind of billions of dollars that left your country because the leaders have not taken the countries on a serious level. And Mr. Gayman, I will always say this: once we don't have a transformative leader, a leader who is serious, if you know a leader is serious, when the president gets in office, first thing to tell you, first of all, they are long convoy in your cutting off. First of all, I need 2-3 cars to carry me to work, carry me around. All that stuff, it costs money. You start cutting. When you start to cut, you know the person is serious. But I mean, I just can't fathom how for 178 years we are as a country. The war ended since 2005, but yet and still 2003, yet and still we are still backwards. And I think if we we're going forward, apparently we're going backwards. Over the weekend I saw they brought the machines in the country. I'm happy, it's good. But see, the Liberians acting like if we have won the Super Bowl or the World Cup. I'm happy that we got machines to fix the road, to take care of the meeting, road connectivity. Very important for our country. But you would think that you won't celebrate. They say, oh, tomorrow the president is cutting ribbon to open a factory that will be manufacturing rubber products or steel or things that Liberia were about to export, where to provide thousands of jobs. These things will make you happy. Like the kind of resources we have at our disposal now. These are things that market that the world wants. But they put it up a joke. And I'll tell you this, that B Mountain company, you saw the guy from London, Procurement they brought. That guy, they did a very extensive job in Cape Mountain. And what they found out, now, since the people have brought a report, you think about now, some people will say, well, we'll get together and pursue legal action to demand XYZ. But no, they just passed or go, so we're done with it. The guys, they didn't work. The guys said, well, how much I can do? We did investigation. Here's the results. But we just letting them go. You see, there's some, in other countries, they got groups that we sue. Like I listened to the news today. Jackson report on the classified document with President Trump. The judge that there, you know, that lady, she's a I'll call her a Trumpian, maybe a Trumpian, whatever the case. Judge Aline Cannon. She ruled that. She said her own side. She said they were having a day. She was going to expose. They're going to make the Jackson report public. She ruled today and said no, it's not going to happen again. But guess what happened? Two groups they are going to court now about it. But they were doing Liberia after that kind of a report by the guy, the journalist from London about B Mountain. You think people would say, let's bring it to the court? No, we'll not do it. All we do go on Facebook, just talk. Now you see, almost 50 chat room on Facebook. I don't really get involved. The boxing ring, all this stuff, because it's a joke. We just argue amongst ourselves every day. Oh, the person did well. Anytime we did well. We are time we did it wrong. Bugger time we did this one. That's all we do on Facebook there. Arguing. But if they say, well, if in one of the groups they say tomorrow, we're gonna now take a lawsuit. We're gonna now find out on the concession agreements. I work on Richard Kuhn saying that, but whether it's just mob talk, we don't know. That he set a committee to review all the concession agreements and report to this house in 1 month. I mean, I don't know whether he would take it serious. I don't know, but that's a good idea, because we're suffering for no reason. We got minerals. So when Dopoh Jada says that, yeah, the money you're receiving in revenue is small because, but we signing big concession agreements. But then where the money we get it from it? Because you ratify it, we're even going into the nitty-gritty of it, or scrutinizing it. You ratify it and send the president, he signs it, and then he thinks, okay, the gay lady chicken chin, you okay. But then when you hear the news, guess what? You know what money people take on Liberia? They're taking millions on Liberia. You say, oh, for true? Why let? You already have to ratify it. And we'll continue to suffer, my people, until we can get our leader who will be very deliberate, intentional, and say, look, this is what I want to see happen. This is what I want to see happen. We cut down. We prioritize all the important things in the country. Look at our budget. You're giving somebody 500,000 for entertainment. It's a joke. Who takes you serious? Any very budget and go to the international bodies. They see it. So, but the country is a joke. They're not serious. They're not serious at all. So, my people, we'll talk all day. We'll talk tight until we can get that leader that will take that country to the way it needs to be. We'll continue to suffer in and live in poverty. I'm just sorry.
Good. Let me welcome the Professor Kennedy. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, you guys are having a great conversation, man. I told I hopped in and put my 2 cents in since.
No. We talk about you gotta get away from the 2%, 2 cents. We want 40 cents. You want to put in 40 cents.
Look, yes, Liberia faces so many problems, right? The major one is the people you're depending on to fix the system. They're the ones who are benefiting the most from the corrupt system. So the chance of you getting the system fixed is like slim to none, not unless you have the right leader that comes in. This is what Nelson Mandela said one time. He said Africa suffers from a leadership deficit. So until you have the right leader comes in and decides not to sign these agreements, decides not to go to the IMF for an ECF loan, because some of those ECF programs, even though the IMF doesn't restrict you from borrowing money any other way, if you are borrowing money and not using concession agreement, they also have to approve it. So if you see, so the system is rigged, right? Liberia, and I think this is one reason why some people say certain countries in Africa are caught in a poverty trap. Well, poverty traps countries have escaped it. Let's put it that way, right? Because there were countries in Asia back in the 60s, like Kampong, Singapore, that were doing worse in some certain instance than Liberia, but they managed to escape poverty. Liberia benefits because if you look at Liberia, we're not landlocked. When you look at countries like Lesotho, that is within another country, you look at so many other African countries that are landlocked, but they're doing so much better. And I think to Fanta's point earlier, take a look at countries like Botswana. Botswana going to be turning maybe 60 this year. I think they gained independence like in 66, October or something like that. But what Botswana has managed to do is they put the governance structure in place well before a lot of the other resources started popping up, like the diamonds and everything, but they had the governance structure in place. We discovered a lot of the resources, but we never had the governance structure in place, because from day one, when Firestone came over to the U.S. back in the 20s to borrow money, and the U.S. legislature had approved it, and at the last second, they decided to rescind the offer for making the loan to Liberia. That's when Firestone stepped in. It sounds kind of similar to the whole thing with the bridge. Remember the bridge that was just built to Canada? And it was all approved until a businessman had a conversation with President Trump. Then all of a sudden, President Trump wouldn't approve it because the businessman was going to be losing money because his bridge was being used before this new bridge was put up. So it's like the same thing, right? Firestone said, well, something, I could probably make money off of Liberia. And that's when back in 2026 or so, he signed that agreement. And since then, Liberia has been living in this perpetual atmosphere of thinking they need concession agreement to survive. It's just, and this will continue because the people we need to fix it, they're not going to fix it. They enjoy the system being rigged.
Yes, let me hold you there, because what I'm looking at here goes to exactly what you were saying, exactly what Fanta is saying, exactly what Tomalin is saying here. It says here, when the health and education sector remain unfunded or underfunded, when the cost of living is high and unbearable in the Republic of Liberia, the new way to make money in Liberia now is through something called the intelligence funding. And it has here total in the budget 2026, $18 million for intelligence. But listen to this though. This is what it is. The Ministry of State has its own intelligence office, and the budget is $220 million. The media intelligence, $120 million. Ministry of Information has their own intelligence sector. They call it media intelligence. $400,000 the minister puts in there for media intelligence. Then LACC got their own intelligence sector. They call it intelligence service, $810,000. The FIA, Financial Intelligence, have their own intelligence center, $1.8 million. The National Security, the NSA got their own intelligence. Obviously, they're the ones who will do all the other stuff, $8.3 million. The Executive Protection, EPS, got their own intelligence, $600,000. The National Security Council have their own intelligence. They have $155,000. The National Commission on Small Arms got their own intelligence services, $376,000.
Hold on, Mr. Gayman. Hold on. And I want Madam Fanta to come in and help me answer this question. With all of these intelligence apparatus, right? How come the president wasn't aware that there was a project being built in FOIA for millions of dollars that he said if he had known about, he wouldn't have approved? And it sounded like there were people within his administration that were pulling money from others, from resources that he wasn't aware. With all this intelligence, how come he didn't have that intelligence to know that these things were taking place under his watch?
Even the fire services got their own intelligence.
Yeah, this is why I said in my piece that the mechanism is so sophisticated. It's so sophisticated that they don't even realize their own ills, right? Because impunity has become structural. When you know that just to break that down, when you know you're not going to be held accountable for the lies that you tell, it becomes systematic. It's normalized. So you can lie because that's what that is. It's a lie. You can lie and say, oh, I had no idea. Who's going to say, oh, no, the president didn't know? The president can lie and say, I had no idea. And no one's going to check him. Of all these intelligence, something that people don't understand, and this is why I just wish they would hold me in contempt. Like, I want my day in court. Like, I just want my day in court. Please hold me in contempt. Because they don't bank on this generation to have any level of intelligence. They are so accustomed to the disconnect of the Liberian public because they often take them through these hypnotic exercises that it's become, and they get so entangled, it becomes so difficult to unravel the tangles. For some of us who actually pays attention and are analytical and often will peel back the onions before we even start to understand like what this is. Want to understand what's beneath it, right? What's at the core? What is the source? What is the composition? What is the formulation? And only when we arrive at that point, we arrive at that inflection, we can say, aha, so it is this sophisticated. Because it is. But you wouldn't understand that until you peel back the layers. The president lied. If you do this much intelligence, you will have data sets. Where are the repositories? Who's managing the databases? Can one of those entities show me their database? I want to see it. You work for the public. We are taxpayers. We pay your salary. We are paying into your intelligence. Can we access it? Can you show us annual reports of the level of intelligence you gather? Because intelligence, the very objective of intelligence is to gather data. To gather data that can be compartmentalized, dissected, and used in a meaningful manner. So where is that data? You only have created these compartments for one reason, which is theft, graft, corruption as a service to serve your business model. That's the only reason. Which is why when they ask you, your country is in the midst of a drug epidemic. What is the data? How many people are actually suffering from drugs? You don't have that data. Okay, let's make it simple, because this happens every day. Your rape and sodomy level, where is the data? You don't have that data. Your DEA that has its own intelligence apparatus and budget, what data have they collected? Your NSA, what data have they collected? Your LNP, what data have they collected? Where is the data? Where is it?
We keep saying things that just it puzzles everybody that you want to know whether this is actually a nation or city-state. And I will transition into something that everybody here cares about. They say kids as young as 10 years old are now betting in the Republic of Liberia. It says here children as young as 10 years are actively gambling on portable betting terminals and slot machines, reportedly spreading across Liberia, raising alarm among parents, educators, and public health experts. An investigation by Front Page Africa have found that unregulated portable point-of-sale POS sport betting terminals operated by Winners Incorporated, along with slot gambling machines reportedly brought into the country by unidentified Chinese nationals, are being installed in provision shops, entertainment centers nationwide. During week of field operating in Monserrate, Nagbe, and Grand Bassa counties, Front Page Africa reporters observed minors openly placing bets on devices in some cases during school days. In the 15-gate community in Monserrate County, a 13-year-old boy identified only as James was recorded placing bets on the Winners Incorporated POS sport betting machine. The student admitted that he frequently skipped classes to operate a machine placed in his older brother's custody by this betting company from China. Mr. George, this is serious stuff. We have a country, we're talking about security here. You have a company coming from China, bringing in these gadgets, and they're putting it in the hands of children. And these children are stealing, doing whatever they can to bet. And the government said they have no idea how these things are getting into the country. where they are being installed, how it's affecting the children, the health ministry, Ministry of Education, they are all in shock. So what we're talking about security. Liberia should be the most secure country based on all this money we're talking about here. Every agency has their own security, their own intelligence services. So how is it that these things are happening in our country? Babies, they are skipping school. They are on tablets provided by a Chinese company, brought into the country without the NSA knowledge, without the LDEA knowledge, without security at the airport knowledge, and they are flooding the country. And this is just like another form of drug into the nation, Honorable George.
Mr. Gayman, you know, we were just reading the money they allocated for security and intelligence. I mean, you know, that's why you know that Liberia, we are joking, because for so long, for so long, we have spent money, put money into NSA and security for that's how the government usually play with the money. You see, they usually steal the money. There have been since somewhere Dopoh, the governments that I have known. I saw the government from Dopoh to this point. They've been using the money to this stuff. That who really wanted to be involved in what threat? Like anybody posting on Liberia right now? What threat? I mean, it's just to steal money. Look, and you put that. Before I came to America, I worked in the security sector, immigration, and who are working with President Taylor brother-in-law. And every 3 months, the national security in Liberia, what they do, every 3 months, they call us the National Security Council. Every 3 months.
An argument at Conan O'Brien's holiday party. It was described as
every time he can, he chocolate everything.
Every 3 months, what they do, they take money and they share with all the security agencies. They say for covert operation. It's all joke. And that money they give to the big guys. They say give it to your men and women in your department. They do it all the time. Immigration, national police, NSA, national security. I mean, they do it. EPS, fire service. They share that money amongst them. They say for operation. Give me a break. That money go in the pockets. And but again, like I said, look, we're talking every day. By the end of the day, come November, October 2029, like people will go vote for the same people. That's what I'm saying. I encourage all my friends, when the people continue to vote the same way, expecting different results, and they're getting the same results, when you go to Liberia, you live like king and queen in Liberia. Kings and queens live in Liberia. Enjoy your life. It's like Professor Kennedy, you imparting knowledge to thousands of people, young people. You tell your consultant to other top companies here. Okay, you make your money. You go Liberia. You want to go pretend like you get enjoy it from the airport. The car pick you from the airport side. When you come on the terminal inside the terminal, they check your bag. When you enter, when you get outside, that Mercedes Benz put you in that chair. You get in that car, relax yourself, and enjoy your life in your own country. Because if we don't see what that will happen, you keep on and you tell people when I go Liberia, I sit up with family and friends. I try to tell them. I say, you know why you're in a situation? Because you keep on voting for the same people, and as long as you vote for the same people, you continue to live like this. Like they're going election. I remember very, very carefully. I went to register to vote. My family, my friends there, all of them. Oh, somebody, yeah, your man, we're not voting for we are anymore. Let me tell you now. I said, we are voting for now. So voting for. I said, why are you going for comics? Why not comics? Why Boga? Oh man, coming. I said, but so what? I said, coming is he telling you guys what you do for the country. Okay, what you gonna do? This man, he leaves himself up there. What you do? I said, no, JMB. I said, I can tell you, I can bet you, come a few years from now, I will come back here. I'll tell you, ask you what is the difference. What I said, I agree. Don't vote for we are, but I said, I'm voting for Cummings, yeah. We vote for Wea. So no, we vote for Bwaka because the Papi will change the country. The other thing we are doing will change. If Papi want to Buga dance, Papi won't be singing music, he will change the country. I say the same time that you're accusing other people, you'll come and see the same thing happening. And tell you the truth. Look at the security. That thing I lose to tell you. What difference? You're taking $80 million. You spend on scale for security. What intelligence? What is that? You know what 80 million can do to that country? You know what I can do? But you spending $80 million for security operation. And I can tell you, most of the folks in security institutions, the apparatus, they won't even see that money. Look, you look at a structure I saw in Basel. It's $2.7 million. I saw an engineer there was saying that he said, "No, I don't want that project because they will not give it to me because I'm an engineer. I won't sell it for such a project. They'll give it to somebody who they can pay $500 to get this kind of structure. Then they put the price tag, $2 million it costs, and we accept it. They said there's something with the law school. I mean, we are joking. If our young people protest, I said, "You have to need for that. You don't put my knee over there. No, you don't need me after me." Because any resemble, I can't consider that thing something for you guys to name after. You know, but that's the problem we're facing in the country, my people. It's
but
sad.
What if she too was complicit? Like, what if she received something?
I mean, like I said, these are if you're a national leader, what were you accepting for mediocrity? What were you set up for that? For what?
Greed.
Why you go for that?
Greed.
It's sad. And look at it, like I said, Dopoh Jala, you heard the PPC boss or Johnson. He said most of the contract they gave, he know about it. Now, if for the first thing we should have done, look at the 4-year project. The president went out, he wasn't honest when he told us he went out where? He was where? A joke. He said, they told me, I want to stop it. That's a joke. We are well. And the reason why I'm happy that we're exposed, that project will be given to somebody as a personal property. But now we all know for the Liberian government. So whether they can make all the laws won't make the property for the Liberian government. Future government will use that property for conference and other things we're using now. Good. But that's the problem we're facing. And it's a serious thing, my people. That's why I author 2029 and get first. My focus now is 2029. But our age, the age we reach now, our last hope. After 2029 now, they won't get it right. Then we always do not just forget it. Because we'll be there now. You know? Wow. After my brother's 70th birthday was there. He said right now, I'm living on borrowed time, on bonus now. I passed the 3 school and 10. But now I'm on borrowed time. I'm on bonus that God gave me. So we should take a job. But until we can put the right people in office, we continue to live in sustained and abject poverty. I always say, so all I think about talking about machine coming, I'm happy for the machine. I'm very happy. But if with that machine, get up paved quota road throughout the country, without that will get up paved quota road, or they want to be great in the road, they want to rain again, they bring some potholes again.
But what about the machine that Ellen brought? Where are they?
It's a sad thing.
Let me welcome Dr. Peabody. Dr. Peabody, welcome to the show.
Happy Monday to everybody. I see the prophet all here today. Fofana is here, man. It's good to see everybody. Jackson, the gay man, and Tomalin. Good to see you, man. Good to see you.
They say Tomalin guy, he got on a money bag on his shoulder. Notice that you took your own money bag. I mean, that's a big bag. Oh, he needs 3 people to carry. He got 3 people to carry. Let me welcome Professor Seaton. Welcome, Chief.
Thank you very much. Greetings, everybody. I'm happy to be back on the show. A good topic of discussion. Yes, again, I'm happy to be back on the show, and I listened to Chief Tomalin Josh, his analysis. I think they are all on point. We keep electing the same people and we expect different results, but we're not getting the result. So then the question is, what is wrong with the psyche of our people? What is wrong with the psyche? Why is it that they keep making these same mistakes over and over and over again, and then they expect different result.
Let me welcome Robert Garguah. Robert Garguah, you are the same person yesterday and today, so we're not expecting different results. Welcome to the show. You always be have some kind of black thing. But Dr. Peabody, I have my staff meeting at 7 o'clock. We have promised Fanta, you know, she's fasting, so we said an hour or two, and she may have, in 6 minutes she will be here almost 2 hours. So we got to let her go so she can do her prayer and all that other stuff. But there are some things that are actually hampering our nation. Don't let anybody tell you that yellow machines are not good. But those who've been around long enough, and those who are into procurement and planning, we all know that before machine of that quantity gets into the country, Tomalin and Torgbean used to build hubs around the entire country. Like in Bassa, I know that for a fact. Kamara was the place where when machines came from overseas, it went there for Grand Bassa detachment. That place was established. They had trained people. They had everything ready when the machine comes. You cannot get the machine before you build and train. Then this has become, I mean, they may say we don't, you know, we're in opposition and all that, but this is like doing it backward. You don't have the personnel, you don't have the training, you don't have the facility, you don't have the structure in place. You got a machine. How does this work? The same thing when you're looking for your $30 million John Deere equipment that came, they had nothing to do with it or doing the Joseph Boakai, Ellen Johnson time, and that also went to rot. Nothing happened. There were no maintenance plan. There were no trained personnel. There were no structure in place. We've seen this movie before, Dr. Peabody.
Mr. Gayman, the fact is, it seems the government is only concerned about display and charade. That's what they're concerned about. Yes. So all the Liberian people can run around the street in Monrovia. Oh, the yellow machine is here, yellow machine here. Yesterday, I read a post from Mo Ali. He said, we talk and do, we promise and we did, and stuff like that. That's all they're concerned about. Look how long it took for this yellow machine to come about, Mr. Gayman. They talk about it's almost going to 2 years now. The first time somebody came up with something in Monrovia there, Ability, and was another show again. People were marching, music playing, and everything. It's all about impressing the public. It's not about doing the work. From what we see, they're all about, you know, impressing the public, the Liberian public. Oh yeah, talking, dude, this is what we're doing. But we are seeing over the years, decades ago, there's not been a success when it comes to the yellow machine because they don't have the management team in place. They don't have people trained to really manage these yellow machine and stuff. If one of the things give up, is done. You don't even have trained Liberian to do it. You got to fly people from different countries to come and look at it. So the thing is, let's see what they would do or they can manage it. But we have not seen any real success story behind these yellow machines. Only to see them sitting in a dump pile after a few years because they don't have any maintenance in place. So I don't know. But yesterday I saw people rejoicing as if some major breakthrough have taken place in the country. What a disgrace, you know. Complete disgrace in this time and age. Liberian people are still marching with bands. People are gathering all around the port for a yellow machine that probably they didn't even got 5 persons to manage those things in Monrovia. What a shame.
Thank you very much, Robert Garguah. We see when Mamaka Kamara or Kaba, I think her name was Mamaka Ability. When they brought the first machine in, people asked her, where are you going to house these machines? She said, we don't have any place, but we keep it in the barracks, in the military barracks. And that was 9 machines, I want to believe, about 9. Now they talk about 137. Where are they going? The structure is not in place. The mechanism is not in place. The personnel is not in place. But when you talk about these things, then they say, you know, my cousin today, Daniel Chia, wrote something say, if you don't like what's happening, then you are not full-sighted. And I'm saying to him, Daniel, are you serious? Even if they got the machine illegally, because you have a machine, so the Constitution should be trashed because you think it is good. So everything else that went before this. So, I mean, I told my cousin, either you're looking for a favor, but they doesn't sound like a man who is analytical. Your take on this, Robert?
Is that the same Daniel Chair? Is that the former defense minister?
That's correct.
Oh, okay. So I would like to ask him if he's listening. What was his foresightness when he was defense minister of Liberia, and how far did that take the country? Where are we with that? You see, and respectfully, right? When you have career politicians who have been given countless opportunities to serve, and they have massively failed the country, right? Regardless of the circumstances, I think they do not have any any right to even speak on, and it's important to understand the meaning of these adjectives, these words, right? Because respectfully, I know that's your cousin, but I don't think in 2026, Daniel Chair should be telling Liberians, especially progressive young Liberians like myself, about foresightness. I found that to be an insult to my intelligence. He has not exhibited anything close to anyone who has served in government with any kind of foresightness. Does he even understand what that actually means in context, right? But listen, if the objective is the charade, if the meaning of promising and delivering, if the meaning, please don't call me on people, if the meaning of promising, according to Mo Ali, and delivering, and those that are watching and listening to us in Liberia, I need you to pay attention to this, because this is what politicians do to play on the minds of Liberians, especially the masses who they know don't know better, right? If delivering means the arrival of a few yellow machines in the country, if that was the objective, which from all indication seems to be the objective, then, ladies and gentlemen, kudos to the Unity Party-led government. Kudos to them. If the Liberian people see delivering as the arrival of a few yellow machine, then kudos to them. But I don't see delivering as that. Delivering and results are not far apart. Promises made and promises kept and delivering are not the same thing. The fact is, of over 600 or 700 promises made, the fact was there. They barely completed 3 of those promises in 2025. So I'm not sure how long it's going to take to complete. I think 100 and something were in progress. I'm not sure how long that's going to take. But if you focus on this yellow machine, and I want people to understand, people that are questioning this yellow machine are not against progress in Liberia. No, I want roads to connect across the country. I want that. I think every Liberian desire that. I don't want to take 100 miles to leave from Monrovia to Lofa. I don't want to do that. But the fact of the matter is, this government has proved that they do not have what it takes to deliver on road connectivity in the country. When this government came to power, I believe Joseph Boakai, with all of his massive experience, made a very, a very bold promise. And this was a campaign message. They said in 100 days, no cars will be stuck on any major roads in our country, or any roads in our country for that matter. We're 2 years in. Where is that promise? After $26 million was approved, and I think 16 of that 26 was spent. Where are we with that? How far are we on the RIA road progress? Mind you, some of my closest friends who criticize the pace of that project, since this government took office, the work on RIA has been halted. Where are we with that? Oh, well, according to them, it's under the investigation. So that's the excuse. So come 2027 or 2029, if that project is not completed, the excuse is, well, we had to halt work because there was some financial malpractices going on under the CDC administration, and now we have to go through an investigation. Where are we with that? There were 22 yellow machines. This is not unprecedented. There were 22 yellow machines delivered in Nimba County. What happened to those 22 yellow machines that were in Nimba County? What was the purpose of those machines? Are roads connected in Nimba County? And I think Dr. Peabody alluded to that earlier. Where are those machines right now? Have they accounted for those machines? And can we see the results of those yellow machines that were in Nimba County? We have to be logical and reasonable here. We should not be celebrating because of the arrival of yellow machine. It's a good thing. But how do we get the work done? How do we maintain what we have? How do we get the work done? And so I think Mo Ali said it best. We promised the arrival of yellow machines, and they have arrived, and that's the delivery. And I believe this is where it ends. I believe this is where it ends. And I would not be surprised if they went on the campaign trail and said, listen, we said yellow machine will come, and yellow machine arrived. We didn't say that we're going to connect the entire country by the end of 2029. We didn't say that. But this is a challenge to this government. If they're able to invest and put their money where their mouths are, if they're able to do that, kudos to them. I want to see the country connected. But I do not believe this unity party have proved that they have the capabilities, they have the political will. Look at the budget. Look at the budget. The budget should tell you where the priorities lies. So, ladies and gentlemen and Liberian people, this is good. No one is saying this is bad. No one is saying this is bad. But the question you should ask yourself is that, have we, and forget Unity Party for a second, have our leaders shown enough resolve, showing enough patriotism, showing enough putting country first and not themselves and not their pockets? Have they shown enough with everything we've gathered since 2025 when it comes to infrastructure development in Liberia? The record shows otherwise. And any Liberian who doubt that come 2029, we will be in the same revolving door. And politicians will push this same political narrative. Well, yellow machine came, but this is the reason why we couldn't do this. This is the reason why we couldn't do this. Well, this is the reason why we couldn't do this. But if you give us another opportunity, we will do this. We've seen this play out before. And so all we're saying is be cautious. That's what we're saying. And there are enough reasons to say be cautious. And if you think being cautious is being unpatriotic, then I have a bridge to sell you somewhere.
You could not be more right. It's 2029 is truly going to be a testament of the mental capacity of Liberians. If we do not understand the level of psychological denigration that has been occurring to keep the people sterilized, then we're in for a rude awakening. And if it's going to take a shakeup, as they say, to ensure that awakening happens, and that's exactly what needs to happen. A people who has just been so comfortable with leaders running over them, simply put, have no one to blame but themselves. These leaders, I think, from the earlier mention, understands that they can operate with impunity and no one will question them, because the people are only activated when they ask them to be activated. They understand that they can manipulate democracy however they please, and the people will dance at the beat of their drums. They will throw them some t-shirts, they will throw them a few dollars here, and any grievances they've once held on to will automatically dissipate. What we have to understand, 2029 is not only crucial, but 2029 is it's going to be an inflection point for Liberia, and most importantly, I keep saying this for the Liberian youth, because you who are in your 20s and your 30s and your 40s, come 2029, you're going to be voting in for what your future will look like. So if you do not do proper diligence and identify leaders who has high level of integrity and competence to support and continue to support the esteemed people that you have constantly lend those support. You cannot blame anyone but yourself. You will continue to go to Ghana for vacation. You will continue to want to go to the great United States. You will continue to want to go to China because you can't even stand to sit in the piss of your own home because it smells like piss, and you are to blame for that. Look, I want to touch on something that Mr. Gayman mentioned earlier because I have to drop about the water shortages. Liberia should not be part of any type of discussions when it comes to not having enough water. Food, neither water. But let's touch on the water because that's really important. We see a trend happening across Africa, and that trend is water shortages. It's not it's not an error. It is intentional. There are a few initiatives happening, ongoing, to privatize water. And we see it really being fostered by the extractive industry. So the mining companies are pushing for more and more privatization of public waterways. So when you see counties like Bong or Kipmount or Nimba struggling with lack of water, the waters are being poisoned by beer mounting. The water are being poisoned by Firestone and the chemicals that they use. The waters are being poisoned by ArcelorMittal. The water are being poisoned by China Union and other mining entities. I want us to understand that. Not only are they pushing to privatize those waterways, they're also poisoning them. And we have to understand that mining requires a lot of water. So we're going to continue to see water shortages if we also do not make it a point, our legislative do not make it a point in their signing off on these concessions to mandate that Liberia waterways remains public. And it even makes me want to do like further investigative studies on these concession contracts. We have to understand if they have not already privatized them, if they have not already given the beer mountains of the world and the ArcelorMittal of the world private rights to the waters in the areas in which they manage. I think it's something that we ought to investigate. But I just wanted to add that it is not by mistake, it is not by error, it's not just because, oh, it's dry season that we have no water. No, there's something intentional happening to privatize water and to poison the water and to make the people more and more destitute. It is all by designed, is a blueprint. And we have to pay attention to that. I do have to drop, but it was good seeing you all.
Well, goodbye.
Happy Ramadan season.
Yeah, happy Ramadan. Enjoy your Ramadan. And
thank you so
we'll
much.
Talk.
Have a good evening.
All right. Let me just make this comment. Many times when we are on the show, I always ask the question, where is our planners? Do we have planners in Liberia to plan on what we want to do? Yellow machine going to Liberia today. And let me just make this caveat. I want development to go to Liberia. I am from Sino County. My wife is from Grand Crew County. I traveled from Sino County, from Greenville, Sino County, to Southtown, Grand Crew County on a Fante canoe, and I spent 6 hours on the canoe, back and forth. I want roads to go as far as Southtown, Grand Crew County. But the way this yellow machine is being politicized. I think that's wrong. In the past, previous administration prior to the Civil War brought a lot of F-moving equipment in Liberia. There was no fanfare about it. It's the duty of government to make sure that the country is open all over. People must have equal access to every part of Liberia. But the way the yellow machine situation is, it is a disgrace. It tells me that these people really do not care for Liberia. I give you the reason why. Yellow machine is acquired from China. Do we know the durability of those machines? Do we have people trained to operate those machines? Those questions has not been answered. Yes, there was bidding. Caterpillar bid for the machine, and I understand that there's a Liberian who was in the forefront to ensure that bid goes to Caterpillar. Caterpillar charging $23 million. China Union, the company in China charging $22 million. Caterpillar agreed to train Liberians in the use of the machine if they were purchased from Caterpillar. Liberia chose to go with the Chinese company. Caterpillar machine has a track record of durability. The China machines, we don't know their track record of durability. Caterpillar has been around for more than 50 years. We don't know the lifespan of the company that the Liberian government bought the machine from. So there's a disconnect here. Yes, we want yellow machine, but we buy yellow machine, we don't even know their durability. And we don't even know whether people are trained to operate those machines. And it is a shame. And I'm understanding that the reason why Caterpillar was bypassed is because somebody wanted to get some kind of a cut. And they got it cut. Even the president of the republic. And that's why sometimes I wonder what is happening with the president. He said, look, when the bidding was going on, he said, look, I will prefer Caterpillar machine because he knows Caterpillar machines are durable. And Caterpillar has already agreed to train Liberians. And we have trained Liberians in the country who have operated Caterpillar machines, and they are there. Why I say now we take, instead of using Caterpillar, we go to this. So what are our planners? Where is our planners?
But
We build. I'm coming 1 second. We're building so many $1 million worth of conference center in Foya. But we have the United Conference Center in Moravia lie in ruins. Where is our plan? Where is our priority? We build these structures, we don't maintain them. We waste millions and millions of dollars. We build these structures and we can't maintain them. What country is this? And I always ask this question. Is Liberia on a different planet? Or what?
Liberia is not on a different planet. Liberia is on a different time. And the time that Liberia is on is one where results and serious-minded people in progress can relate. That's just what it is. So Liberia is on the same continent as the other countries that are progressing. They're not perfect, but they're progressing. And there's a reason why they're progressing, because they get it. We don't get it. And so the question you ask, valid questions, right? But we don't care about these things. We don't care about adequate planning. I remember now that you're asking the question, I remember, and this is not the first time I've mentioned this, right? You remember when RIA Bob Johnson Hotel was being built, Tomalin, and a permanent cultural site was being given. That was a major,
the National Culture Center.
that was a major development at the time. And every single Liberian, I mean, the fact that Bob Johnson, a black billionaire, was coming out here to build that, RIJ was the spot to go to, right? But we asked the same question you're asking. Did we plan to ensure that the opportunity, such a massive opportunity, that Liberians could fully benefit from that? I'm talking about from entry level to higher management, down to the securities. Did we have to plan for that? No, we didn't. The goal at the time was, well, we need to just build this. Even if it meant that the general managers will be imported, let's just build it. Even if it meant that there will be only 2 Liberians working in the management at that hotel, 2 in the entire country.
And we dismantle our cultural strand.
Yes, 2, only 2 in the entire country, and those 2 were my friends. Those 2, Peabody from Maryland, and my friend Core. They were the 2. One were working in F&B, the other, I think, in rooms operations. Both were diaspora Liberians. All the other major jobs came from South Africa, including the chefs today in our country at the major so-called 5-star hotel in Liberia. Liberians are still not qualified to work some of these jobs. And we always will ask, how can Liberians benefit from any sort of development in the country? If our politicians were smart, the answer to that question will be simple. Because you have to convince investors. If I'm investing that kind of money, you can't mandate that I hire people that are not skilled or schooled in these kinds of areas. To run a hotel, you need both academic and practical experiences. It's no joke of a matter. This is serious business, right? What have we done since then? Bob Johnson came, Royal come, Boulevard Palace have come, the Flemington Hotel by the airport have come. And if you go to each of these airports, Dr. Peabody, you won't see a single Liberian who is qualified enough to hold the position of general manager. They all come from Europe, and these guys they're not qualified. I've engaged with most of these people. I've engaged with them. They're not qualified. They're not better than us. But today, they are the one in Liberia benefiting from opportunities that Liberians should be benefiting from. And we still complain about no jobs. But the 10%, 15%, or 20% jobs that are available are not, Liberians are not beneficiaries of those jobs. So again, when you see government or politicians take the kind of actions that they're taking, again, if it's about the optics. You see people are celebrating, and even people who support Unity Party. People are making comments like, you know what, if you don't support this idea, then you are not a patriotic Liberian citizen. How dare you? How dare you, my friend? What makes you more patriotic than us who are questioning government's ability to actually execute? Delivery and result is not on the basis of yellow machines being shown across the country. That's not what delivery is. What are those machines actually going to be used for? How long are we going to maintain them? What is the plan? You asked for the plan. Where are our planners? The government should tell us that. Instead of celebrating yellow machine, there should be a press conference about what the intent of this looks like. And all of these different, and you know what? And I'll close on this note. A responsible leadership is not one that politicizes or question the doubts of citizens. People are asking valid questions. If they're asking these questions and you feel like you have the answer to these questions, right? to clear the doubt, then let us know. Get the information out there. There should be a press conference about, listen, these are all valid questions. Here are the plans. This is what we plan on doing. People have questions every day in corporate America. People have questions when there are doubts. People have questions when there are when service scores are low. What are your plans to elevate service scores? We have to explain those. So the government should explain to us when it comes to maintenance of these yellow machines. What are the plans? Because the fact of the matter is, we have serious issues with maintenance in our country. This is not something we're making up. This is not politics. This is reality. But you're over here trying to politicize and talk down on other Liberians who just don't get it. This is not unprecedented. This is not unprecedented. And the fact that this government have not lived up to their promises. When the president made that bold promise that in 100 days, no car will get stuck on any road. That's not the reality on those roads as we see them. So why should I believe you that you're going to connect the whole country in the next 3 years? Why should I believe? What gives you that right to make you think? Because I've seen yellow machine come into the country. It's indicative that the roads are already connected. What gives you that right? They say, well, if Christmas will be good, you'll know from the eve. What the eve when it comes to maintenance, the eve when it comes to yellow machines that have been deployed in other counties, does not tell the full story. And I cannot celebrate a jollof rice or chicken only because I saw the chicken. There's no knife to cut the damn chicken. There is no ingredients. What are you going to cook the jollof rice with? There's no tomatoes. There is no rice. But the chicken is just there. And I should celebrate that?
You know, I am just amused by Liberians, other Liberians too, especially those that are in the United Party government, that turn to question the patriotism of other Liberians. Well, I got news for you. No Liberian is more Liberian than another Liberian. We all are Liberians. What we have fundamental differences on how Liberia can be governed. We are not enemies. We have to ask those legitimate questions because we want Liberia to be governed properly. That's the fight. That's what we are here for, to ensure that Liberia is governed properly. So those who, when we criticize government, or even when we criticize our opposition politicians, those who question our patriotism, they should understand that we all want Liberia to be better.
Dr. Peabody, I know you want to come in, but I'm glad whoever highlighted that comment. I'm glad they highlighted that comment. This literally proved my point. Government is continuing with it. The Emory Hospital is a true definition of state of the art. All right, that's the Emory Hospital. We saw it. They just didn't build a building and left it over there. So you are telling me that like the patients are and ambulances are finding it difficult to go there.
Let me help you, Robert.
Were they finding it difficult to go there in 2023 when this government, one second, in 2022 when this government took over? And so the question is, in the space of 2 years, what was the plan? Even let's assume there was no plan by CDC, because again, CDC lost the election in 2023 because the Liberian people in Unity Party felt like they had taken Liberia backwards. That Liberia was in a failed state. So why are we still comparing CDC? So if CDC left the hospital for you, even if the grass were at 2 feet, in 2 years, the grass is now at 10 feet, and you are waiting for yellow machine to come to clear the road. What does that say about you? Because this is no longer CDC responsibility. This is now your responsibility to ensure that ambulances can have easy access to the road, yellow machine or no yellow machine. So if CDC came in and CDC did not have any plan, in 2 years or over 2 years, Jomo Jala, what plans have you put in place to ensure a continuous smooth operation of that? These are the kinds of results that I'm talking about. To say, listen, my predecessor came and they didn't have this. Now we have this. But you are telling me that there's still difficulties for ambulance accessing the hospital because the road is messed up. What does that say about you? What have you done better? Have you done it? Have you done better than you met it? So it proves the point that we should be very cautious. We should be very careful. We should we should manage our expectations, because the record shows, I say again, this is not limited to Unity Party. It's not unique to Unity Party. Even though we expected Unity Party to come and do massively better than CDC, because CDC got defeated because they didn't know better. They were not doing better. So if the hospital if it's difficult for ambulances and patients to access the hospital, it's a result on your leadership. It's not a result on CDC leadership. So I don't understand the point that you're making. All we are saying is yellow machines are good, but currently there were 22 yellow machines in Nimba County. Are the roads connected in Nimba? No, they're not. What happened to those yellow machines? What became of them? Where are they right now? What's going to happen? What's going to become of these yellow machines right now? This is and I'll close on this note, Dr. Peabody. Think about this. When government comes after government, the president left vehicles that were purchased on taxpayer money. Those vehicles are now even 2 years old, Dr. Peabody. This government took over and they were giving those vehicles. If we don't have enough money and we're trying to manage our money, why did this government have to purchase new vehicle for their own? And I can guarantee you, when a new government comes, they're gonna put those other vehicles aside and buy their own vehicle. What does that say about you?
It's all waste.
It's waste. It's not management.
It's all waste. No management.
Yeah, it's complete
management.
waste. They don't even budget well. The budgeting is bad, and that's why you see have the problem. Because when government come, all the vehicles they would take it. Other people would take it and leave.
Take it and leave.
They would drive it to the border with Guinea and sell it. That's what happened.
Sell it.
Government. I know some people in previous government. The last government that drove car to the border and sold those cars. And then a new government come on. But the thing is, Raul, you alluded to something that I wrote down, especially when it comes to area of culinary arts in Monrovia. Go to all the major restaurants. I've been there. I mean, in fact, one Sunday I was in Liberia and came from church and was trying to eat local Liberian food. I went to a lot of places that did not sell Liberian food on Sunday. All you eat in Monrovia, I mean, I don't understand. All you eat in Monrovia, even major restaurant, is Lebanese shawarma and this thing and that thing. You can't even get, real local food on certain days. You will not get it. You go to the whatever the so-called best hotel they call Royal Hotel or Mama Point Hotel. Most of the people that are in charge of food and customer services are Lebanese and foreigners and others. Liberians do not even have the opportunity. So you want to tell me there is no trained Liberian who can be customer service manager in a restaurant? There's no trained Liberian who can be manager at the bar, at these places and all of that. Liberians are doing the work. They are in the kitchen doing the stuff, but they're not given the opportunity. And that is sad. I go there and see a Lebanese man standing out dressed in coat suit, say he's the manager. He coming to me. Who wants to do that? Who wants to go to a restaurant in this day and age and see only Lebanese people? You don't see that in any other country.
Exactly. And that is the point. For example, let's compare Liberia and Ghana. You will not see that in a country like Ghana. Because you know why? The Ghanaian stands up for their citizens. Liberia, we don't stand up for our people. We stand up for ourselves. Why in the world a Lebanese will be a hotel manager, will be a chef, will be maybe a janitor in a hotel? Why? Mm-hmm. They bring all of these people. Even if you go to most of the stores, the Indian store, Seti Brothers, Jetty and company, who are behind the counters? People from India.
Yeah,
and we say this thing every now and then, and it's like
still happen, never change.
It's like it's falling on deaf ear. Our people don't care. Those that are in authority, we say we have the Liberalization policy. The Liberalization policy is now working, and yet they say they are making no effort to address these issues. It is just they are just being inhumane to their own people.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, and this is what some of these guys are afraid of. And when we talk about our area expertise, Dr. Peabody, unless you have a restaurant, whether it's in a hotel or is an independent chain, and that restaurant does not specifically, it does not have a specific cuisine, then there should be a
A local
traditional,
cuisine.
local Liberian, cuisine on that menu. For instance, I'll give you an example. Marriott went to Liberia and invested, not Liberia, Ghana, and invested in one of the major Marriott hotel in Africa, the Marriott at the Kotogo International Airport. That hotel does not, other than the bar food, right? They sell burgers, finger appetizers, chicken tenders, chicken wings, and things like that. But in the main restaurant, it's not American cuisine, it's not Italian cuisine, it's not Mexican cuisine, it's not Japanese or none of that. And so what the Ghanaians did was, for international guests that are coming, they mandated that all of these hotels have at least 3 major Ghanaian dishes on their menu. And those 3 Ghanaian dishes must be prepared, trained, and overseen by a local Ghanaian chef.
Yes.
If you go right now there, those guys are making good money. I've been there multiple times. I've trained them multiple times. So if you went to Royal Hotel, when the last time I asked about the cuisine, they don't know what cuisine that is. Sometimes they have Japanese. Sometimes they call it Southern, but it's not Southern, right? And they don't know. But there are more Japanese, you see sushi, there are more Japanese things on the menu than you will see a Liberian cuisine. Of course, downstairs they have Liberian food, cassava leaf and things like that, but upstairs is a totally different thing. We need serious leaders who understand how these things work, who can sit in rooms and have these bold, difficult conversations in the faces of our leaders and not be afraid that opportunities will miss them. Because the truth of the matter is, I don't need job in Liberia. I want things to get better when it comes to our tourism, the way it should be done, and to position us in a place where we're competing with our neighbors. But we're not doing it. This is the reason why all the hotels are 5-star hotels. But they don't have 5 stars amenities. They don't have 5 stars service, but they're 5-star hotel based on the building. And they don't even understand that the building does not make you a 5-star. It's the amenities that make you a 5-star. It's the quality of service that make you a 5-star. They don't understand that. So until we start to ask and have these difficult conversations respectfully and not politicize it, until our leaders come up and say, listen, we understand the concerns of Liberians that are questioning the arrivals of these yellow machines, because in the past, government have failed. A lot of things. Listen, I didn't celebrate Cape Clean, and I thought that was a disaster. I thought the optics was very bad. But that was an attempt, again, to charade. Airplane is great. But to have to do what the CDC did without any serious plan of action was bad optics. And I think that cost them the election. Jomo Jala, we spoke about these things. Same thing with the island. Same thing. We need to take away our emotions and our political hats. We need to stop calling people opposition only because they have relationships with certain people, and so they can't be objective. They can't.
But that's the problem. That's the problem we face in our country, bro. That's the country we face in our country. Robert, we don't want to accept the fact, but always try to go back and counterattack.
Yeah, shift blame.
Nobody will criticize. Then we'll go back and attack them. Then we'll go back and bring 6 years stories. This is not CDC in power at this time. It's the Unity Party. So everything they should take the blame at this time, because they've been there almost 3 years. And what we are seeing is the same 06 and 9. Nothing have changed. And I think people need to stand up to it, and people need to accept that nothing is really changing in Liberia. Corruption is still the same. Listen to the PBCT director. How will you go and sign contract without even the knowledge of this man? I mean, he's the director. I mean, what is that? I mean, what have he even done when he found out this thing happening? He's supposed to call the public attention to that. They will fire him. He does not want to lose the job. But the goal, and then secondly, he's not a united partisan. He went there through the CDC government, so they can do anything and try to say, if you talk, we'll remove him from there. And that's what we're saying. That's why Scott Johnson does not want to talk or does not want to do anything when it comes to these things because of fear that are removing, so they can just go ahead and do anything they want to do.
But what did the president do to Mamaka Ability, who illegally brought the first yellow machine she negotiated that they had to return? What actions were taken against her? She negotiated those yellow machines on behalf of the people of Liberia. Those machines, some of them were brought into the country. We saw this whole thing happen again where people were celebrating. This was almost 2 years ago. And come to find out, they didn't follow the law. They didn't follow the law. They did not consult the entities that they were supposed to consult. They asked her to return those machines. Were there any action taken against her for illegally bringing and negotiating on the behalf of the Liberian people? No. So yellow machines are good. And listen, good luck to the Unity Party. I want Joseph Boakai to succeed. Trust me when I tell you this. If Joseph Boakai does not succeed, it does not make Robert Garguah's life any better. If Joseph Boakai succeeds or he fails, I will still take my vacation. I will still eat good. I will still live a good life. It makes me no better. So I want Joseph Boakai to succeed. And every Liberian, regardless of your political affiliation, should want any government to succeed, because when the government succeeds, the people benefit. Then we can start talking about who has the best idea to do better than what this government has done, right? But the truth of the matter is, we cannot and we must not just celebrate any and everything as success. Success is seeing the realization of Liberia being connected. That's success. And when I see that, trust me, I will come on the radio and say, kudos to this government. They did that, and they have the right to argue that. But until then, I have to write based on what I have been showing, based on the mismanagement, based on the political charade that we define as success. I have the right to say, wait a minute. The arrival of yellow mission is not enough. This is not where it stops. This is not success. This is not delivery. This might be the beginning, but this is not delivery. And the path to delivery is not clear. What are your plans? I think that's a valid and legitimate question.
And you are right, Robert. There's no accountability. The president, he's on record. He said he was not aware of the FOIA project. You talk about holding Mama Ability accountable for bringing yellow machine without passing through the PPC process, without getting the relevant authorities involved in it. She did her own thing. She brought it in the country because of a public backlash. They had to return those yellow machines. It's the same thing with the FOIA project. You award the project to somebody. You come on national radio. You say, well, I'm not aware of it. If they had told me, I would not have agreed to it. But you are aware now. What is the action have you taken against those who were involved in it? No action. So where are we? You said you criticized the previous administration for doing the same thing. And then you come to power and you do the same thing. So where are we? Why are these people continue? And Tomalin just made a salient point. We get our people, they keep voting these people into office over and over and over, and they're not getting better results, and they keep them into office. Dopoh Jala was in front of the national legislature, and he blamed them for approving all of these Google contracts that is not benefiting the Liberian people. Why are these contracts not benefiting the Liberian people? Because brown envelope changed hands and they approved the contracts. So the folks in the national legislature, they're not there for the Liberian people, they are there for themselves. But guess what? The Liberian people continue to vote for them. Really? What is wrong with the psyche of our people?
It's a problem, bro. It's a problem. I think
what is wrong with the psyche of our people?
It's sad, brother. It's sad to the extent where when you sit down, you talk to anybody, and the thing, like I see people, our own friends will be attacking First of all, here's the thing: who is investing in Liberia will want to see the country fail or go down? It's not because the person is not in your government or the person is not preaching your government, so the person wants you to fail. No, okay. When you go to Liberia, you want to enjoy the benefits of your country. You want to enjoy all the things your country has to offer. So you want to live in peace and be happy. You want to if you go somewhere and you feel like driving, you know, say I can call Uber to come pick me and take me home. You want to be free. If you're tired, say, let me go walk in the streets quietly. Let me walk at night with your friends. You want to be free, nobody attacking you. You want to go somewhere on a Sunday after church and relax with your friends and family. You want to be free. So how you sit and say somebody want the country to fail? Then why are we going to Liberia all the time? All I will save money to go to Liberia every year to go and enjoy our country. Why you want to go home if you want the country to fail? Not because the person not praising you. The problem I got is that when our friends who know better, because they empower now, so they feel that everything is okay. No, it's not okay. Okay, and mind you, the minute they leave government job, you see that after 6 months, you sorry for them. I went Liberia, people who I saw was heavy. I saw them and said, I mean, they forget about everything that happening at the moment. Okay, the guys are in power today. Tomorrow, Baka leaves office. You get all the power. They're in power. You're gonna see how they're gonna look again. Then they will come. You'll see them. That's why when you're in government, you always try to encourage your government power to do better. Okay, but right now, Liberia, I will say again, 2029 is always almost here. UP, the machine is on the ground. I'm happy for it. My thing is that because when I was going to look for a few days, we were going. I've said the time each time we were selling part of the road, the car was cut off because the road was bad, and we're in a brand new SUV. The car was cut off. When the man got to get from the car, he put the battery and pull it back together. For the car
why was the road bad?
Because they have a lot of holes, big holes in the road.
I thought the president promised us that in 100 days, no car will get stuck on any road. Tomalin.
The political rhetoric, man. Political rhetoric.
And then I was told that during election, the people were just fixing the road to do the campaigning up and down. But look, Robert, if at this point in time, if you have witnessed the largest 5 election cycles in Liberia, and you still believe that the people that are talking politics every day will fix the country, then you're on a different planet. Yeah.
That's a fact.
I don't argue. I tell people I'm independent. I'm for nobody, because I'm not impressed. I'm for nobody. Yes, I will repeat. We are going to disrupt the system. We'll do it. We'll do it. We'll gain momentum. We'll disrupt the system in our country. We'll do it for that group.
And I think that I said it before. The country needs a new political dispensation. That's what the country needs.
On a serious note, the country is not going in the right direction. I'd be frank.
No, because
for instance, take an example, right? They say, all the things that accused CDC are doing, they say when they take power, they'll go after it. Now we'll see what's happening. Because you're doing the same thing, you accuse the people. So how will you try to fight? You see? I mean, we've seen it. We've seen it. We've seen the great America we're in. We see what happened every day here too. We've seen it. We can't think. But again, and that's why when people leave America to go to Liberia, I encourage them. You work hard for your money. Enjoy your money. Let people talk. Once you go to Liberia, you get a place to stay comfortable. You get a place to stay comfortably. You can drive your comfortable car. You can eat what you want to eat. Go where you want to go. Drink where you want to drink. You enjoy your life in Liberia, like your country. You're better. The neighbor street is there. Enjoy your life. Let them talk. You get ready. You put the camera behind you. Let them walk behind you. Say, yeah, I'm enjoying. Because
many of these people that tend to criticize some of us for criticizing the government, the kind of investment we have in that country, they don't have it there. That's one. Yes. Yeah. For Liberia, the war has ended. It has been over a generation since the war ended in Liberia. Liberia and Rwanda, they were at the same level during the Civil War. But look at Rwanda. Rwanda is making enormous progress. Liberia is still zero. Why? Because of leadership. Leadership. We can't continue this trend. We have to put in good leaders, good managers that are going to run that country. And that is why 2029 is very crucial. We need a new political dispensation. This is not about friendship. Liberia is not about friendship. It's about putting people there who will move the country forward. We need people to spin the country 360 degrees and put everybody to work. There have been 3 succeeding administrations. They have not created the kind of vibrant private sector jobs that the country needs. They have not done that. You have a group of lawmakers who are signing and approving booger contracts because of what they can get from there. Now what it can benefit the Liberian people. So we need a new political dispensation. We need that.
I mean, look at some of the issues that people are having. Look, I was on the weekend. They politicized the woman's son's funeral for what? What the hell are doing? All I wanted. And they're fighting each other. What are they doing it for?
Yeah.
And I was disappointed with my friends on CDC to say that Baga not go there because we are going there. Yo, come on. Yo, we are just cause of because on a serious note, imagine the former president, he has security detail. He got his fans there. People are there that you are dominant at that funeral. You think if the president go there and the two groups get into some noise, booing each other, throwing jaw each other, in the funeral spot right there, it's a clear already. So
yeah, but that shouldn't be happening though.
No, but the problem is that my citizen friend was
there
saying
is no maturity among these people.
It shouldn't make it politicized. I don't support that. No, to be frank, to say it will cause confusion. You won't because that you can't say that, man.
Nah, that don't make no sense. And even someone
that's why President Baga didn't go.
That's what they're saying. Well,
that's what they're saying because because we have President, we have been there, and so he won't go there. Come on, my people.
What's his name? But when
if I was going to be president, we are going to attend the funeral. I mean, President Waka, I'm going to attend the funeral.
Have they
but listen now, mind you now, if now they imagine that funeral will tend to be a big Sunday because first of all, you know very well you saw when CDC were paying a tribute. You saw it. They would have.
So they politicized the funeral.
I said, so they would have booed Waka. They would have booing or boo somebody there. Then the whole thing in the clock. So it's like
that's not a good reason.
The team said, "Oh, just don't politicize it." The woman's son dies. She's grieving her only son. You know, don't politicize it.
But even making the justification that they would have booed Bwakai or they would have done this. I mean, I think that's a flimsy excuse, and it's a bad reflection of our politics, but right? Because the entire world watched the funeral of the former first lady of Ghana. Both the former president and the current presidents were there with their own security details. We saw that. They didn't go talk politics. That's not the environment for politics. They went to put their hands around the family of the Rollins and to say that last respects. That's what it was about. And so to even imagine that the current president and the former president cannot be in the same room, right?
At the same time.
Praying for it and putting hands around the former vice president. This is when you put politics aside. Politics is not war. And this is very troubling, if you ask me, because we went through a very brutal civil crisis because of politics and many, many reasons where people were targeted. People were targeted because of their political affiliation and their ethnic backgrounds. We're no longer in those times. And this is very troubling. I'm disappointed that people will even make this insinuation that the president choose to, I heard Hassan Fatiga talk about making these childish and elementary reasons and justification why the president didn't attend, because he chose to go the more professional and diplomatic way by going to the home of the former vice president to express his condolences. Well, every other politician did that.
Why you even made that kind of statement?
That's what he said. Every other politician did that. But the idea that we cannot put politics aside. Politics, so what brings us together? If we can't if we're gonna pick, this is what pisses me off. The last time I heard them make video of the current president welcoming Alice Cummings at one of the games during the county league. It was convenient. It was very convenient to happen. But can the current president do that to his predecessor? Can he do that to President Weah? So I think that even if I don't like the politics of Tomalin or Doct, we're not enemies. I can still go to the funeral and understand the reason for which I'm there. And that's not politics. We're there to celebrate the life of the son of the former vice president. And so it raises a lot of questions about the maturity and the strength of our democracy. Yes, we've led on democracy very well with the smooth transfer of power. But when our politicians, especially our leader, our active politicians, cannot sit in the same room and supporters and surrogates are making these flimsy, childish justification as to why that didn't happen. I mean, I think that's very, very troubling. But my condolences to the former vice president.
When I was a big deal, he attended the funeral. Now a big deal. First of all, Philip Taylor was just a son of the former vice president. Okay, he wasn't a government official. He wasn't like an elected official before. That is son. So even by him going to pay respect to her to visit her home, it doesn't. I mean, I think it was good. But if to say he was a former official of government, maybe elected official or something like that, okay. But a big deal if the president didn't show up there or so forth. But then make it politicize it and give their own meaning why he didn't show up. Just not call on us. Did you not politicize it to make it say, oh, there's a reason? Give their own reason why. Okay, and it's just not good. That's all. And again, like I say again, the two parties fighting themselves all the time, and the Liberian people will sit down. The two parties fighting. They imagine the other one will say, oh, when they get there, they will revenge the other one. So. In the time, like Brent said, look, two parties have played their part. Let them move forward. It was something different instead of that. That's why I remain independent. I don't care what people say, because I think.
Yeah, but the thing is, ultimately, I don't know. It shouldn't be like that. It's President Barker afraid that we are. What kind of beef they having that the two?
Well, you saw it at the airport when he came on the AU summit. They get asking the question. And he said he got mad. He got mad. He said, you know what? You got asking about him, person. We have a relationship. He said, you know what we're doing in the back. What effort we have made. Then after he said it, he walked away. They put pushing. Look, if I was journalists in a bureau, and especially so I'm well supported, they will fear me. I will ask president any question I will throw to him. He still put to throw me. I will throw a question to him. I will say, but why? I will throw it to him. I won't be. But again. And I bet you I get another question. I expect to see her in our corridor anymore.
And I think that I'll blame the political leaders of these institutions, of the political parties, because I don't think they are showing maturity. And because they are not showing maturity, that is why their supporters are doing these things. I think everybody's supposed to coexist. The fact that they are political rivals does not necessarily mean that they are enemies. You understand? And the fact that they are also two political opposing parties does not mean the supporters of these two political parties are enemies. And I think this is where leadership comes in to show maturity and try to tell their supporters, say, hey, look, you are not, Unity Partisans are not enemies of CDC. And CDC Partisans are not enemies of Unity Party. And I think if that is made clear from the top, the surrogates and all of those that are peddling these hits will stop. And I think they need to stop. A friend of mine, Gabriel William, wrote an article the other day, and he spoke of the need for George Weah and President Bouaka to meet and discuss.
It's important.
You understand? Because what is happening is tearing the country apart. And looking at our recent history, we don't want to go down that route again.
Yeah.
If that's what you're wishing for, that's not going to happen. Let me tell you why it's not going to happen. Let me tell you why it's not going to happen.
No, hold on. Yeah, but the problem here is. Yeah, go ahead, Timothy.
Bouaka should be the bigger person because first of all, he's the president.
And he's an elderly statesman.
I can tell you this now. To Weah's credit, when Weah was president, Weah called a meeting of all the. He called Bouaka, called Cummings, he called all the political leaders and to a meeting to come to bridge the whatever gap they have after the election. Bouaka has not done it. Ellen said Ellen was indirectly telling say you need to step up your game and call people together. But I'll say this, for some reason, I've come to realize that I know we have a game president, but I think he should be able to come clean because when he was vice president, when the election ended, we are reached out to him. We are giving cars. Now they say it was live. He gave cars
and helping with money too. And helping with
medical. We are giving money for a medical checkup. But for some reason, what the man did, and to be frank with you, you said when Bouaka, it's good that I was there when the night that we are when the NEC and I even call election when we are conceded. Our imam president he conceded. He made that call. I never forget. After he asked Eugene to do the calling, Eugene called, he couldn't get through. Then he said, "Man, the vice president, Papa call him." Man, the vice president called. She got vice president Bouaka. She said, "We are about to call you," and we are calling on his gold cell phone. We were all there, and we are considered to him, congratulated him, and Bouaka was so you were not expecting that call. He put the phone out quick because even when we are chairman, maybe he put the phone out quick.
Tomalin, I think this is
after that, we have addressed the nation in our present. He addressed the nation and he went in his garage. We sat on there and he said, "Well, we should have won election. We didn't win election. The JUP fell a few years ago. Now we should blame ourselves." And we left from there. So, and then beside that, the next week, he immediately set up the transitional team. He appointed the transitional team to work along with the incoming government. He appointed the transitional team very quickly, and it had a smooth and orderly transition. To see the way he has been treated. I mean, if you got any problem against this man, and go use the legal course, but don't treat him like he was not a former president before. Don't do that.
Tomalin, I think I have a different perspective, right? I don't think that this is a beef between President Weah and the current president. Because if it was a beef, then the question is, where did that beef? What is the motive of that beef? Because according to the story you just explained, if there was a beef and I have a beef with you, I'm not calling you. We're not talking. The former president extended and congratulated the current president. I think that's maturity. I don't think that's beef. In fact, according to you and everyone knows, when George Weah was president, he extended hand to the former vice president, and even on numerous occasions referred to him as an elderly statesman, and that was respect. We saw that happen on national TV. Not only that, he went to Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, and according to your story, he invited former leaders and political leaders. But I think this is a pattern of, and it tells you the character of the president. I hope I'm wrong, but you saw what happened during the CPP Wahala. I truly was disappointed because, again, I expected the elder in the room, and I've said this many times, I expected the elder in the room to show up when the CPP was going through what they were going through. I think that there are certain leaders who have the ability to say, ladies and gentlemen, tone it down. What is the issue? Let's sit on the round table and have our conversation. And I think this is what we should be doing as Liberians, because we have a history of not sitting on the round table and having difficult conversations. Conversations that at the end we may not all agree, but we can form a common ground to say, listen, okay, we don't agree on this, we don't agree on this, but where do we agree, and how can we make better on that agreement? Joseph Boakai could have strengthened the CPP under his watch when Mr. Cummings left. He could have gathered, he could have acquired the noise with the opposition at the time. He didn't. We saw under his watch the CPP, had issues. He saw that under his watch. So if the candidate Joseph Boakai, for political reason, because I think he understood that it was to his advantage, right, to discontinue any relationship with Mr. Cummings and the ANC, because he was the most popular, and that he did not want to go through the processes, the democratic processes, to arrive at a standard bearer for the CPP. He took the right of destruction, and that might have hurt CPP in general and Mr. Cummings, but it helped Unity Party and Joseph Boakai. So I think after the election, Joseph Boakai understands that George Weah remains a contender in Liberian politics. He more than likely might run again. He understands that the CDC is a very powerful party. They may not be a perfect party, but if we're talking numbers, they are his biggest competitors. He understands that. So why should he, as president, strengthen the relationship with his supposed competitor? I don't think that's how he sees it. And that's how he sees it. That's the reason why he's not reaching. It's easy for him to, connect with Cummings because he doesn't see Cummings as his biggest competitor. It's easy for him to connect with other people. It's easy for him to have these funerals and these barriers for leaders that are dead. But how can you be trying to unify the country with leaders that are deceased, but your closest neighbor, who you just took over from, you don't have a relationship with them, but you are the elder?
Look,
How can you make that make sense? And so I
I
think
think
this
that's
is
I
part
think
of
there's
who
a
Joseph Boakai
problem.
is.
I think there's a problem, and the problem is I don't know whether it's a lack of political maturity or not, because if you
He's a
recall,
veteran politician, man. I mean,
during
Yeah, but the man, 80-some-year-old
when
man. How can you
President
say?
Boakai was vice president, right, and when he took over the leadership of the Unity Party, and the Unity Party expelled the former president from the party, President Helen Sirleaf, and you have supporters, you have partisans of the Unity Party, they went on national radio and they denigrated the former president.
Exactly.
And as an elderly statement,
No, not just elder statement. As the new leader of
as
the
a
party.
leader, as a new leader and an elderly statement,
Mm.
he did not chastise those partisans for denigrating the former stand-up bearer of the party. That's where he and Ellen Beat came from. So that tells you, and the other instances that you just gave, what does that tell you? It tells you the level of maturity, political maturity of the president. You see, and that is dangerous. That is dangerous for our country, because our country at this stage, our politics, we're supposed to be mature in our politics. We are not supposed to be at each other's throats. We're supposed to be coexisting, not fighting each other. And I think this is where leadership comes in. President Boakai needs to lead. And I don't think in many instances he's not leading. In many instances, he's not leading.
Don't wait for that call. That Tomalin, don't wait for President Walker to initiate. Well, based on his comments when the journalists asked him, he insinuated that attempts were made, and there were some objection from the end of the former president to meet and talking. But again, Joseph Boakai is the elder. Joseph Boakai is way older than President George Weah and a lot of politicians in our country. He's well older than these people. So again, when you talk about political experience, and the fact that he's been around for a very long time, this is a man who I think should be guided by wisdom on many issues. Forget the politics. This is a man who he has nothing to lose. He's lived a pretty good life. He's in his age of retirement now to just relax and hang out with his grandchildren. And God has given him another opportunity to lead Liberia. And this opportunity may not come again, right? So you would think if I was him, I would be trying to mend fences and not burn them. I would be trying to build breaches and not break them. I will be trying to be the example when it comes to political maturity, like what the former president did, called him up. So if I was President George Weah and I win the election come 2029, do you expect me to pick up a call from Joseph Boakai to concede and congratulate me, Tomalin? Why should that call come in defeat and not in victory? You know what I'm saying? This question about why are some people still mad, even though you won the election, even though you are in government, even though you are the big boys and big girls, even though you are the smartest, because there's this narrative again where people feel like darkness and is affiliated with CDC and everyone who supports them, and smartness and intelligence is affiliated with Unity Party and everyone who supports them. Well, I don't care about that narrative because I'm not a seditious. But I know some really smart citizens. I know some really intelligent people who support the CDC, who have been there from the formation stage of the CDC. They are very intelligent people, right? But they have created this narrative, and they've pushed this narrative across the line when people are even asking valid, objective questions, right? And so you will think that these are things that at the president's age, these are things he'll be doing. But I just feel like he feels that it helps him when he is at some kind of political war with his political opponent, and it benefits him. So let's see how that goes. Which again, I always question, what kind of unity is the president trying to unify the country when he's just being selective? He's unifying the country in areas, in rooms that he's very comfortable in, right? But he's not unifying the countries in rooms and areas that makes him uncomfortable. I think a true leader should leaderships not in comfort, but out of comfort. And I think hopefully it's not too late. Joseph Boakai can show that, and we will commend the president for it. We'll commend the president if he did that.
Like I said, right? No, I don't know. People people keep saying that they people want the country to fail, especially when you refer to people in the USA that say they want the country to fail. I wonder because people in the US, I think some of them are living their best life, and why would it profit them for Liberia to fail? Then why are they going to Liberia every year? Why are they going to Liberia all the time? So they should stop saying that crap because it doesn't make sense. Okay, people have the right to criticize. You can criticize and be critical, but again, I wish that President Boakai in his own at the appropriate time will reach out to. I know. Somebody texted me and oh, the president sent messages. He sent gift to President Weah, and President Weah sent it back. Come on, man. Talking about a serious thing, y'all. Let us say President Boakai, say he called on Unification Day, and President Weah didn't answer your call. When people
why you with that? Why you with that?
How you do all that stuff? All you do, you making it. You look. You have a national puppet. You have the bullet puppet. Yeah? You say you be direct. I'm inviting the former president, or other political leaders, whatever the case. I would love for them to come at this state function where I want to meet with them. I want to sit with them. I will talk. I mean, it would take nothing off you to do it. We did it. I mean, you guys can look. One thing I tell you, let me say something. Jerome Gayman crap here. I'm not distracted. But let me tell you something. One thing about you may not like George Weah, but one thing I know about George Weah, he gets special grace upon him, right? No matter what you say about him, whether he did the Bugatti dance, whether he sing song, when I may appear somewhere, for some reason, somebody was showing me the video. I didn't watch a funeral live, and the people that he interacted with, when each time they come across him, they're excited. You saw the one here in Councilor Gongloe. Okay, the guy excited. There's something about the guy. I don't care what. Oh, you may not like the guy. You say to him when you meet the guy impressing you, you interact with you're just. I mean, it's like you play and say, "Well, meet that guy. I will talk to him anyway. I meet him. I'll do the boy. You meet the man, everything that calm down. Maybe that's special grace upon him for that.
Yeah.
Okay. The one that I can tell you, the day you meet Joe Weah in person. So we say, "Oh, Joe man, you want to be and talking regular about me? You will break down straight."
But Jomo,
that's the man.
But
So
Jomo,
you say what the man Juma, he just had that special grace upon him, special thing upon him that when he meet people in person, people just anything you plan to talk to the guy, it made you weak. Okay, it made you weak. So that kind of person he is. So, and I don't think he's not a man to say, "Oh, he will do this to you." No. You saw the man treat that boy. It says, "Yeah, your president treat that woman with respect." When someone when he go program, he will be happy to want to even to help, give her a hand, help her. So I don't know, but again, Liberia, if they continue to do this, the country that somebody said, they will divide the country continuously because two of them got the largest parties and they'll be divide the country. And I can tell you, if this continue to 2029, I think all the peacekeeping for God election will be more tension filled. Because we'll be fighting for survival of the fittest, all happy.
Yeah, but you see, Jomo Jala, I mean, I don't think he agreed that. I don't think he agrees that because I don't support because I don't think Joseph Boakai and Unity Party was the change or the alternative to CDC. I don't think he believes that because of my view makes me a bad person, even though he's writing gibberish, on the platform. I don't think he believes that, right? So is that the reason why when we meet, we should not drink beer together, or we shouldn't drink a nice little bourbon together? I'm sure Jomo Jala will buy me some drink when we meet, right? And so what we're saying, Jomo Jala, is politics is not war. Politicians, they're losers and they're winners. If you don't win one election, you go again. You might win the next one, and the other person might lose. It's not war. It's a competition of ideas, and it shows in our policies, not just on paper, but in implementation. That's what politics is about. That's the club I'm cut from, Chumajala. You know what I'm saying? That's a cut. I can sit there and we can have this conversation every day, and even on topics where I'm not well versed, I can do some due diligence, and we can have this conversation all day, right? Liberia is a small country, and we are all interconnected. We are all interconnected. The current president and the former presidents are neighbors, Jumajara. This man is the father of Liberia. He's an old man, and you're going to allow politics at your age to affect your relationship with the former president that is like a son to you. And even if George Weah was the one exhibiting these immaturity, I would expect that the pape and the elder would still stand up and say, "Listen, my son, this is not how we do it. This is not how we're going. This is what my pops tell me all the time when I'm being a little hard-headed. No, Junior, let's slow down a little bit. Tone it down. Tone it down, Robert Jr." And I listen to him and let know that sometimes it's good to be hard-headed. No. Just tone it down a little bit. This is how our elders tone us down. They make us put things in perspective. That's all I'm saying. You can't be going toe to toe. Almost like with your wife. Your wife get vet, so you getting vet too. What you doing? What you doing? You're not gonna win. You're not gonna win. And I'm too young to know that. So imagine Joseph Boakai and some of y'all who older than people here. You gotta be strategic. And at Joseph Boakai age, Joseph Boakai have got nothing to lose, Jomo Jala. He served his country. Even with our disagreement, I think he's done his part. The areas where he is seated and the areas where he's not. And as long as he's president for the next 6 years, it is our responsibility to point out those areas where he has not acceded. But it doesn't mean he's a bad person. When George Weah was president, all George Weah did were no good. I know my friends how they did it. I know my friends, there was nothing good about what George Weah was doing. It wasn't that they were pointing out the bad thing, though. Everything was wrong. Everything. Now you want the people to not find one thing. At least we can find one thing or two things that the president doing right. The president is not doing everything wrong. The president is doing something right. But you want me to celebrate when the Supreme Court ruled against an unconstitutional dismissal of Dr. Nia. You want me to rule against that, and you want me to attribute that to one of the achievements of the government, because now the judiciary branch is functioning at an independent level. That's the expectation. That's what it should be doing. It's a good thing. But that's not a success story for the executive. The success story for the executive and the change is not doing what the CDC did and unconstitutionally removing people from positions that you shouldn't remove them from without cause and without giving them due process. This is what we're talking about, my friend. But Liberia for all of us, like country for us, my brother. It's for all of us. So the president needs to put on his big, his elder pants and his nice little hat, relax a little bit, put things in perspective and say, listen, my people, I don't care what you'll say, but take me into the former president's house. Meet the president and say, Mr. President, let's sit and talk. What's going on? Then we can go out there and take pictures and tell the people we will always disagree, but we are not enemies. That's leadership. That's leadership. That's what I would do. That's what I would do. Come 2029, if you're running again, y'all go against each other. You want to call Joey your dog? Call him dog. If Joey won't call you dog, he call you dog, and y'all do it. The people are going to make the decision. Y'all go back to be friends again. That's what it's about. Unless somebody cross the line. But politics is like that. You don't take it at heart. You don't take it personal. Somebody said, I'm missing the money. I never met Joey before.
For true?
I met him at Siku's wedding, but I'm talking about for us to one-on-one meet. I never met him before. I never received any money from him. I do plan on meeting him when I go to Liberia, and I plan on meeting all the other. I know I'm not going to meet President Boakai.
You meet Boakai. You met Lobo there. Lobo can carry you there.
They're not going to let me go. They're not going to let me go to President Boakai.
You not harmful.
He'll take me that easy, but they don't want me to tell the president. Mr. President, you know, I met the president before. They don't know. The president honored me in Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah, but I thought the president was trying to get your man coming to kind of politics now.
Oh, but I thought president was happening behind closed doors.
I remember that. Oh, in fact, we don't understand, right? That the Liberians, I think they don't have it against them. The Liberian community, the center they had, because that center the Liberian community had in Georgia was named after Cummings and Boakai. In fact, Cummings and Boakai gave 10,000 each, if I'm mistaken. And besides that too, when Cummings invited us to Atlanta in 20-something, before you were still Cocoa, that center went to, and they said that Cummings and Boakai placed there. But people don't know too. When Boakai was vice president, he's a president Cummings in Atlanta. He's like, well, he can't America, he's president Cummings in Atlanta. And the Cummings treated him well in Atlanta. That's why when he went to the court and he did that thing, people felt bad because Cummings came a long way to go to the court and say he couldn't recognize this guy. I mean, he's not coming out strong, man. Because I'm sure if that was some of us, I would break down and cry. Why I can get emotional quick. I would say, hey, Joe, you know me? Joe, you know me? You know, I was in Atlanta when you come there, you must have sit down. The Liberian community, you will sit down again with raise funds. And then besides that, I said, you told me, say, Alex, you're going to retire from Cocoa. think about getting involved in Liberian politics. So, all the thing then you can't tell the boy, but so by again, look, and so it's not like to say it's a big. He didn't know the guy, no, but it's about time that for the good of the country, President Boga should. In fact, if I were President Boga, I would appoint somebody from the opposition as peace ambassador. First man opposition in the opposition and made him your peace ambassador. Say I appoint you as the Liberia's peace ambassador. Your goal is to ensure that we have a nice peace summit where you bring leaders of the opposition, the former leaders of our country together, and let us break bread together. Let us reason together. We may not be on the same team, but political team, but at the end of the day, it should be about the greater good and the best for Liberia. Mama Liberia should be the common denominator. Let us make Liberia first. Do that, and so forth. Extend that. Look, you saw it when the guy from Kenya, the man stood there, he said, let me recognize my brother and Raila Odinga. He said, and the Kenya embrace each other.
Yep.
Look,
if you do that, fierce campaign.
If you do that, look, the very partisan that will say, oh, they put them on big platform, they put them embracing now. The rhetoric will tune down. It will tune down. The rhetoric will tune down. I see people go to the extent on social media and be insulting President Weah for Boga, insulting Boga for Weah. Tomalin George, I don't care how much I love all politicians. I would never do that. For what? I was raised well. To go and go to that extent where I will start insulting. That's why they say to me, all the politicians, yeah, you know what? When I see them, I feel free because what? You tell me, oh, the man was costing me. He called my man. No, I don't do that. When I see any of the politicians like bro, I'm free around them because you know why? I conduct myself in a very respectable way. I'm not going to put politics to go to the extent where I insult somebody or wish death upon somebody, wish somebody the worst. No, I can't do that. No. I'm gonna be free when I see you. Oh, say, Tomalin George, yes. How are you, man? Yeah, shake your hand. The closing argument, yeah, thank you. Hi, how are you? I'm gonna be able to say, when I see you there, I'm comfortable. You're in a position where somebody come there, you're comfortable there because you're not cuss that man, you're not insult that person, you're comfortable at that position there. You can't do that.
No.
You gotta be above the fray.
Yeah.
But again,
but yeah, there's no reason to disrespect the current president. I would never do that. There's no reason. Talk about the issues. Says you can't insult the president. You got to respect the office of the president. But unfortunately, some of our friends didn't do that. You saw Hassan Fadiga, wishing the death on the former president. You saw many people.
I wish Fadiga have one day come publicly and take back that statement.
But he knows in hindsight.
Yeah,
he knows
take
he
it
was,
back and say if I said I did it, I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah.
And apologize.
Or even say it was, or even say it was emotional or something. You know what I'm saying? But if anyone were to come out and say that about the current president, you think I would support? No, I won't support that. I think it should be about.
No, I can't talk. I can't ask I have a to interview the former president. The president now, which I've done it before, but I cannot ask him go to the extent where I was asking about he go deep into a health issue. Not my business. I just wish him well. Mr. President, are you okay? Everything okay? How's your health? I can ask you, how's your health? If you thank God for your health, but to say to want to be personal and go to say, oh, they want that you don't go that route. You be very responsible, respectful, and wish the person well. Even you Christian or Muslim, the Quran and Bible say, "I pray for your leaders. Wish them well. Don't wish them bad." Again,
but you never know, Tomalin. I might meet the president, but if I did meet the president, I will tell the president respectfully that I'm disappointed. Even though I didn't think that they were the alternative to CDC on the message of change. If we needed to change anything, then we needed to change. We needed not to change CDC for Unity Party. That was my opinion, and I have my reasons for that. And I think I've articulated those reasons on multiple occasions. Right? I would tell the president why I'm disappointed in him respectfully, and we can have a conversation. The problem is, and Ellen Johnson Sirleaf did this very well. The only difference is every time she was able to get her biggest critics on her side, they became quiet. They became mute on national issues. But she did that. She didn't she didn't despise of them. She didn't, make them enemies. She brought them closer to her, right? Um, and so I think it's good when we have honest people in Liberia, people who are not afraid to lose relationships in the interest of the country. And I think I'm one of those people. And because again, I still have relationship with all my friends that are Daha Unity Party partisans. I don't care. I don't give a damn. And I think that's what we should do. But I wish the president all the best. Now we will see what happened with the year going by 2020, 2027 coming soon. Let's see what
But that's the
progress
reason why you
we
see
make.
UP and I don't believe that though. They are rushing because right now 2026 is very crucial for the ruling party right now. It's very crucial because if most of the promises they made, if they don't maybe fulfill most of it this year, 2027, it will be a different one because now people will start getting ready to campaign, start getting ready politics will start from that time. But this is a crucial year for the ruling party, and I wish they fulfill all the promises.
All right, Bar.
The promises they fulfill it. I wish they do their best and so forth. And I mean, look at Abu Kamara. You usually read 40-year-old, but instead of you think about your future, the country future, you're talking about opposition. You got the critical.
The Abu business, man. But we'll see later, man.
Okay. Joan, our empower before you say, man, our government before. Myean, please play the video, man. Before I leave. All right, man. Don't do that. I'll leave America to go Liberia, go where right now. Maybe it's like a job. Let me tell you right now. Meanwhile, one of our followers, one of our supporters, Maud Gasu, is having her 50th in Atlanta on March 7th. She will bring Atlanta down, man. The great Maud. Maud will stomp. She will bring Atlanta to a halt. She's having her 50th. You want to see all the stars, all the VIPs, all the top brands. You'll see them at that occasion. You want to see the great CFR Dix in person. You want to see him meeting in the ATL. You want to see Robert Garguah in person, meeting at the ATL on March 7th weekend. You want to see the great Teola Gibson, meet her there. Of course, Chairman Ben Sanvee. Of course, the Reverend Dr. Henry Peabody. Meet all of these stars. They'll be at Maud's 50th on March 7th. Yeah, man. Whoa. You'll see them, man. You always talk about seeing the historian Sylvester Dix. Come there, you see him. He'll tell you more history about Liberia. You won't believe it. You want to see that guy called Sylvester Dix? The U.S. veteran? Come and see them in person. They'll be at Maud's 50th on March 7th weekend. They will be there, man, in action, in person. Get to see them. Take a picture with them. Meet them in person. Greet them. Meet Peabody in person. Meet Robert Garguah. Meet Teola Gibson. Yeah, they'll all be there, man. Maud's gonna break Atlanta down. She's gonna take it down. On March 7th. Check on your calendar. They're gonna be there in person. Maud promised to break Atlanta to his knees, man. I'm telling you, it won't be easy. All these stars from the talk show will be there. Come and see it, man. Might get some more pictures, put some more pictures up later on, man. But put the video first, put her pictures up and see what she's gonna do on the second weekend of March. My birth month too. Her birthday is actually next week, February 27th, but she's celebrating it on the 7th of March. Meanwhile, if you're looking for some African food products, you can check me out, man. You want some naple, some how do you call it, kuta, some dry fish product? Reach out to me, man. You get it cheap. Or just call this number. Call this number and you're gonna get it cheap. Oh yeah, my birthday is the 25th, I forgot. But you also you want to get some African food products, especially the kind of cool season. You need some real stuff. You're gonna be mailed to you wherever you are, to mail it to you. Okay, just call this number and you're gonna get it. Okay, call this number, you get it. But what number now? Yeah, just in case, if you want your yeah, if you want some dry fish, let me put a number up, you see it. Nice dry fish, very cheap. Especially from Liberia. Call this number. Okay, and you're gonna get it mailed to you. Your address to the person, get your mail to you. Here's a number. Juman Jala, you want dry fish, you want dry products in Angola, bro. The number's on your screen, man. Call this number. 443-518-0623. Call that number and you get your naple, your kuta, your snail, whatever you think about. You get it, you call it, you're gonna mail it to you, put it in the mailbox, you get it to your door. You know, call that number. You want it, you can call my number too, you know, just in case too. My number is also there. You call my number. But you want to get it quickly, you call that number, you get it quickly. But Myean, where is stuff now? Oh, I want to go. Oh. Myean, come and leave. What Myean, come and go. Oh, yeah. So just in case, let me get a roundup again. Yeah. Quickly.
Can you hear me? Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm asking, is it a video from front page or which video are you talking about?
I sent to you.
Yeah, I have a queue.
About you, what's it?
Can I go ahead now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Members of the House of Representatives were left stunned after the Public Procurement and Concession Commission disclosed it has no record of how a $19.41 million contract for the Special Agro Processing Zone project in Garguah County was awarded to a Ghanaian company. Appearing before the plenary on Thursday, PPCC Executive Director Budget Scott Johnson told lawmakers the commission was unaware of the procurement process for the multi-million-dollar contract. Johnson said, "We have no record about how this over $19 million contract was given out. Absolutely, we don't know." The contract for the construction of the Special Agro Processing Zone site in Buchanan was awarded to HM&E, a Ghanaian firm. The project is funded by the African Development Bank and is expected to transform Liberia's agricultural sector. Garguah County District 5 Representative Thomas Goshia raised the alarm, arguing that Liberians, especially residents who provided land for the project, were not adequately considered for jobs and contracts. Officials from the National Bureau of Concessions admitted there are gaps in Liberia's local content laws, particularly regarding labor requirements. Several lawmakers described the situation as huge leakage and called for urgent oversight. The House has now mandated its Committee on Concessions and Good Governance to investigate and report back within 2 weeks. Probed could determine whether procurement laws were bypassed in one of Liberia's key agricultural development projects. From Page Africa, Yawa Jave.
The other one about the RA.
The Commissioner General of the Liberia Revenue Authority has blamed lawmakers for what he describes as weak concession agreements in Liberia.
The agreements that we are signing today in executive are based on the frameworks, the legal frameworks that you have established.
The head of the Liberia Revenue Authority, Dopoh, says the legislature must take responsibility for concession deals governing Liberia's natural resources. Appearing before plenary, Jala argued that agreements signed by the executive are based on laws enacted by lawmakers. His remarks follows concerns raised about low financial returns from concession agreements, including questions about Kavala resources, formerly BHP Billiton. But Moserado County District 16 Representative Destin Sibo rejected what he described as a blind shift, arguing that lawmakers rely on technical agencies for expert guidance on tax and mining policy. Following deliberations, House Speaker Richard Nagbe announced the formation of a special committee to review all concession agreements, with a report expected within 1 month. Meanwhile, the ARA disclosed that Kavala Resources has made a partial payment of $3.4 million toward its outstanding tax obligation. The debate now shifts to whether lawmakers will amend the legal framework to secure stronger returns from Liberia's natural resources. For Front Page Africa, this is Emmanuel Willie Conway reporting.
Yes, okay, thank you. Before I go again, just in case again, before you leave, just in case you're looking for your dry meat, your snail, your dry snail, your kuta, your naple, call this number on the screen, 443-518-0623. Tell them St. Tomalin George sent you. Maybe if you tell them, they'll give you a special discount. Just tell them, and they will mail it to you. Call that number, and you'll get your food mailed to you to your door. You got to go to this Liberian market or go buy anywhere. Just call that number, and it will mail it to you. Okay? Fresh from Liberia. I'm telling you. Even palm oil, double D oil, whatever you want. Call that number, you get it. Trust me. Anything you want from like going Liberian food, like enjoy it. Call that number, you'll get it, and you won't regret. Tell them St. Tomalin George from the closing argument sent me. Okay? And I forgot. Maud's birthday is the 25th of February, is not the 27th. I'm sorry, Maud. But Maud will be celebrating the weekend of the 7th of March, her 50th, yes. So she will bring Atlanta down, she said. She has invited all the top stars. Even a special guest performance will be there too, I heard. One of Liberia's top artists will be in the house. So don't miss it. If you're in Atlanta, come around, and you're gonna be able to meet all these people you see on TV all the time. Liberia's historian, one of Liberia's best historians, the great CFR Diggs of Minnesota, will be impressing. And you see, once you see CFR, come there, you see him in person, you meet him, shake his hand, take a picture with him. You want to see Ben Sanvee, come there, you see him. Peabody, come there. Robert Garguah, come there. Jerome Gayman, come there, you see them. Okay? You can see Blambo, the number there, 443-518-0623.
Critical thinkers.
Yeah. The number is there. Myean to the team B. So you want is 443-518-0623. 443-518-0623. Yeah, the number is there. It's on the screen. I'm sure it's just in case. So you want your dry products. Where it's cold, where it's snowing, you don't have to go to the Liberian market. Just call that number and get your address. sell the money or cash out the money, and your product will be to your door. I'm telling you. Tenants and Tomalin send me, and you will get a discount on show. Brian, a big Brian Blamo Nimland, the number is there 41443 and 5180623. I'm sorry, but the number is it's posted. Okay, please. But Myean, I'm coming to go.
Yeah.
So can I go now, Myean?
Okay.
So what's up? Well, why you can't show your face?
No current right now.
Oh.
Yeah, we out of current.
Oh.
So that's why. It's like roughly about 2 a.m. on his side.
Oh, Myean, that number, Myean, the team too small today. I know you man to make it bigger tomorrow. I beg you, man.
Yeah, I'll try to work on that, but I'm seeing it clearly for my end here. 443-518-0623. I'm seeing it clearly.
Yeah, like number there. Yeah.
Maybe the time that person sent that comment was the time you were checking for the number. He said thank you.
Okay, thank you, Blamo Nimla.
Yeah, that was the time you were checking.
Yeah, so that's the number there. You guys, if you want anything, just call that number. Tell them I sent you from the closing argument. You get a discount. They will mail it to your door. You won't regret. Okay. So Myean.
Yeah.
That's call your day. See you, buddy.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So to all of our listeners, our viewers of
disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nimba County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I better keep it. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to see us. The thing we saw, it frustrate us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to beat? You see, we just tell you that why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in a whole United Party that President Baka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Baka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Baka, if all of them were taking the President Baka and behaving the President Baka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them. I'm not.
Of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberia National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform them you violate any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Baga's administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and we'll shut down the broadcast administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the broadcast administration begins with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like Liberia and work away with impunity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say. In
the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on the major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say you're a lie?
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Boga can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustle, they put hustle, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Boakai presents him as a poor man from Lofa and assert that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. First President Boakai is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Combs is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Jamaku, the young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaku, the major went to I forgot that Jamaku, the majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun Ninja can reach himself. Kun man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet. Hardcore rule in Labro. When when
2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There won Alphas, all men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I'll put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I'll renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play and people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital road, small, that road, big road, all kinds of place. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa. God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody here but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we accuse Joe, he killed Joseph Boakai. Boakai still living. Joe, no, you leave better. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boakai president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boakai, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we will fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, Yoli Costa, you come. And Costa on a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to carry the president, Boakai, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what he talks about.
And I guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
We elected on 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elected on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.